The House will please be in order. Those persons not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber at this time. Members and guests in the galleries will please rise this morning as we are led in prayer by Elizabeth Porterfield, daughter of the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Porterfield.
Let's pray. Jesus, thank you for this day. Please be with Daddy and his friends to make laws to keep us safe. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Members and guests will please remain standing as Ms. Porterfield leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge
allegiance
to
the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Monday, February 3rd, 2020.
The gentleman, the 29th, Delegate Steele.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
The gentleman, the 29th, asks unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. Lady from the 49th for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee substitute for House Bill 4001 was moved from the special calendar to the House calendar.
Introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. The lady from the 57th, Delegate Rowan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Coles and myself, we have a page here today for Homeschool Day, Malachi Goodwater. He's here with his mother, Crystal Goodwater, and his sister, Sierra Goodwater. Would the House please give them a warm welcome?
Lady from the 3rd, Delegate Storch.
Mr. Speaker, Delegate Fluharty and I are pleased to have in the West Gallery students with Youth and Government Day. From Bridge Street Middle School are Ella Crow and Caden Hyde. From Triadelphia Middle School, Rachel Edinger and Aiden Forget. From Wheeling Middle, Maddie Link. From Wheeling Middle, Jessica Armstrong and Brayson Scott. They are accompanied by their teacher chaperones from Wheeling Middle School, Debbie Micker and Michelle Strope. I'd ask them all to stand in the house to show them welcome.
The gentleman, the 14th, Delegate Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us today with the Youth Leadership Association, we have several students up in the West Gallery along with their teacher and chaperone. We have Emily Bale, Malia Bechtel, Kirsten Clendenin, Pacey Frum, Robbie Hall, Caitlin Halstead. If these folks would stand up as I call their names, please. Caden Holly, Haley Jordan, Ashley Legg, Heath Plants, Luke Piles, Kylie Toe, Lindsay Ward, Nathan Wood, and their teacher, Mary Farley. If the House would please welcome them. And then I have another announcement. Would the House please welcome them? And also, Mr. Speaker, in the North Gallery with us for Homeschool Day and West Virginians for Health Freedom, we have Amy Foster and their children, Gunnar, Louisa, Felicity, Adelheid, Callista, and Garrett. Would those folks please stand? The House please welcome them.
The gentleman, the 12th, Delegate Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have some pages with us today from Ripley Middle School. As I call their name, I see most of them here. Will they please stand? Audrey Braham, Janie Castle, Jackson Van Hoos, Jack Vaughn, McKenna Ryder, Emma Shockey, Riley Shockey, and Mason Flutie. Will the House please give them a warm welcome? Thank you.
The gentleman, the 16th, Delegate Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my distinct privilege today on behalf of the gentleman from the 17th, Delegate Lovejoy, and myself and the other delegates from the 16th to welcome our pages today, Annalise and Arabella Kitchen. Would you all please stand, and would the House please make them feel welcome?
The gentleman, the 44th, Delegate Hannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize to my guest. I was in education before floor session today, so I didn't get to find them prior. However, I did find some great students from YLA in the South Gallery from Pocahontas and in the West Gallery from Mason County. But if my students from Webster County, if they're here, if they please stand, and the House would make them feel welcome.
The gentleman of 35th, Douglas Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Have two introductions here, if I may. Paging with us today on Homeschool Day are Sarah Zeff and Elizabeth Perry. If you three would stand, please. Accompanied by their mother, Amber Perry. If the House would make them welcome. Well, I guess they aren't paging, but they're in the balcony. Secondly, we have from St. Albans, and this is all on behalf of the delegates from the 35th District, the St. Albans Dementia-Friendly Community. We have Kathy Barnett, who is also the Executive Director of our Hansford Senior Center. We have Chris Braley, who owns Braley Homes. And then we have Walter Hall, who is also the Vice Mayor of the City of St. Albans. Please join me in making them welcome. Thank you.
The gentleman of 22nd, Douglas Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, we have visiting my mother, if she would stand, Pam Jeffries, and the House make her welcome.
The gentleman of 46, Douglas Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery today, we have some homeschool students visiting us from Lewis County. If they'd please stand as I introduce them. Johanna, Abigail, and Micah, and they're accompanied by their parents, Rylan and Jacqueline Withrow. If the House would please make them feel welcome.
The gentleman of 29th, Douglas Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have some folks here with West Virginians for Health Freedom today, and surprise, some of them have already been introduced by people introducing folks for the homeschool. So today with us in the North Gallery, Rachel Clark, Kelsey and Kevin Mitchum, Jennifer and Alan Cummings, Karen, Kaylee, Levi, and Mason Polk, Jody, Kayla, and Austin Holcomb, and Debbie Hara, if the House would make them feel welcome.
The gentleman of the 11th, Douglas Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have the following pages from Spencer Middle School, and if they'd please stand as I call their name: Madison Parker, Zeke Taylor, Cooper Eastman, Tanner Saunders, Addie Taylor, Cash Williams, and Braxton Nichols. And we also have visiting with us today from Roane County, Brad Nichols, Jeremy Saunders, Jenny Saunders, Missy Taylor, Teresa Parker, Jeremy Eastman, Ashley and Bo Williams, and Crystal Taylor. Would the House please make them welcome?
The gentleman of 35th, Douglas Scaff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In case you've wondered who this fine young man followed me around these last couple weeks here and helping all of us delegates out in the East Wing down there, Mr. Azim Khan, he's a senior at GW High School, student body president, and just scored a 32 on his ACT. So please make Azim feel welcome.
The gentleman of 24th, Douglas Tomlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, on the behalf of the Homeschool Day at the Capitol, on behalf of myself and Delegate Rodriguero and Delegate Rodney Miller, I'd like to introduce the West Logan Church Home School Ministry in the South Gallery. They are a homeschooled co-op in Logan County with students in elementary and secondary levels. They have around 60 students, but today we have the 3rd and 4th grade students, middle and high school students. They are accompanied by their administrator, Kristen Dingus, assistant administrator, Valerie Robertson, Pastor Scotty Dingus, Jeff Altizer, and parents and volunteers. Also accompanying them are the mayor of Logan and president of the West Virginia Municipal League and the city of Logan clerk, Amber Miller. If they'd please stand, everybody give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
The gentleman of the 19th, Delegate Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself and Delegate Hicks, we have one of my students from Wayne High School here today as a page. If she would please stand. Her name is Kayla McSweeney. Please give her a round of applause.
The gentleman of the 17th, Delegate Lovejoy.
Speaker, today in the West Gallery, got a couple of special guests from home. Fred and Amber Kitchen, if they'd stand up, they're the principals at Henson and Kitchen Mortuary in Huntington. Has provided a lot of care to families, including my own. They're also the parents of Arabella and Annalise. If the House, please make them feel welcome.
The lady in the 51st, Delegate Walker.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself and the Fab Five of Mon County, I would like to introduce a homeschool family. Cynthia, Lauren, and Rachel Cox, could you please stand? And could the House please give them a warm welcome?
The gentleman of the 16th, Delegate Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, today I have an intern. Name is Jacob Kilgore, a med student from Huntington, West Virginia at Marshall University. He is actually still stuck in class, so please, I think he's watching right now. House, please make him feel welcome.
The gentleman of the 42nd, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Lavender Bowe and myself, we have 2 pages today. They're seniors at Greenbrier East High School. If they'll stand when I call their name. Chris Humes, who is the great-nephew of someone that some of you all served with many years ago, longtime Monroe County Delegate Marion Shiflett. And Chris will attend West Virginia Wesleyan next year. And our second page is Kyle King. And Kyle's one of the best quarterbacks in Greenbrier East history. He led the Spartans to back-to-back playoff appearances for the first time in over 20 years, and statistically through 9 games, led his team in passing, rushing, and receiving. Unheard of. Kyle will attend Fairmont State next year. They're accompanied by Kyle's dad in our South Gallery, Jim King. Will the House please make them welcome?
The lady in the 42nd, Delegate Lavender Bowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I draw your attention to the South Gallery on behalf of myself, Delegate Campbell, Cooper, and Pack. I'd like to welcome some friends from Greenbrier and Monroe counties. Jennifer Richmond, if you guys will please stand, is here with her friends and members of the Educational ARC Homeschool Association. Will the House please make them welcome? I'd also like to acknowledge that Ms. Richmond started a foundation in memory of her son, the Noah Foundation. It's to help families with pregnancy and stillborn loss. Thank you.
The lady in the 32nd, Delegate Staggers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce from the homeschoolers my dear friend Crystal Settle, who's here with her son, and I listen to everything she tells me. Thank you.
The lady in the 36th, Delegate Eastep Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have my Fraser Singleton intern with me today. This is Tatiana. She is from Columbia. She was recruited to play soccer in Kansas when she first came to the United States. Then she was recruited at West Virginia State University, where she is now a political science major. Everybody make Tatiana feel welcome.
The gentleman at 36, Delegate Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the honor of introducing carpenters from Local 439 from here in Charleston. They have members in Kanawha and Jackson County. If the House will make them feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 43rd, Douglas Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a couple introductions. First of all, in the South Gallery, we have youth and government students from from Greenbank School and also Marlton Middle School. If they will all stand and the House make them welcome. Also, I'd like to introduce my intern for the week, Seth Backus. Seth attends Fairmont State, and he will graduate with a triple major in history, political science, and national security and intelligence. Would the House please make him welcome?
The gentleman from the 43rd, Douglas Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a couple of introductions today. First, I'd like to introduce you guys to my Fraser Singleton intern. This is Jonathan Deffenbaugh. He is from Parkersburg. He is a political science major, and I'd also like to add he was homeschooled in high school. So, House, please make him feel welcome. Also, I'd like to go ahead on behalf of Delegate Hartman and myself. He already mentioned the students, but also say hello to the parents from beautiful Pocahontas County, as well as Sherman Taylor, Harley Chestnut, and Christine Campbell. Thank you. House, please make them feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 27th, Douglas Porterfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery behind me, I'd like to introduce my wife, Jessica, and as you've heard earlier from my daughter, Beth, my son, John Rex Porterfield III, and my mother, Mary Porterfield. Would the House please stand and make them welcome? Also, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Mercer County delegation, if any of our homeschool families are here in the gallery with us, we were all running around crazy right before the session and did not get to speak to you. Would you please stand and be recognized? And please welcome our Mercer County homeschoolers for Homeschool Day. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 41st, Douglas Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe in the South Gallery I spotted a little bit ago Cindy Stump, a constituent of mine. If she'd please stand, the House make her welcome.
The gentleman from the 22nd, Douglas Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got two more introductions here. I'm going to do them one at a time so Perry can take some good pictures. First, we have our doctor of the day is Ario Anga from Charleston, West Virginia. If the House would make him welcome. Also, Mr. Speaker, the Division of Protective Services is pleased to introduce our dispensary nurse for the 2020 legislative session is Elizabeth Schaefer George from Charleston, West Virginia.
Are there further introductions? If not, gentleman from the 22nd, Douglas Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the state of West Virginia lost a very great man. Ted Ellis, former delegate of this body, a husband, a dad, a granddad, a brother, former delegate, teacher, and a coach. Ted was a part of 3 state championships, was inducted to the West Virginia Baseball Hall of Fame, basketball coach for many years, and helped a lot of players go to the next level, Division I, Division II, even AAA ball. Only thing, Ted was a man that treated everybody the same. Being around him, Ted, it didn't matter who you was, if you was the ball boy or the star player. he treated everybody absolutely the same. And, you know, we have a little motto in Chapmanville, and we stand behind it all the time, and it's been there for generations, and I think Ted was even the one that started it. It's all for one and one for all, and that was Ted Ellis. And I would ask for a moment of silence, Mr. Speaker.
Would all members and guests in the galleries please rise for the observation of a brief moment of silence? Members and guests may be seated. Reports of standing committees.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4466, Certificates of Insurance Act, House Bill 4477, West Virginia Mutual to Mutual Insurance Holding Company Act, and House Bill 4502 relating to insurance adjusters. Reports the same back with recommendation that each do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on February 3rd, 2020, presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action, Committee Substitute for House Bill 2696, creating an additional index system for state-owned lands, and House Bill 4130, relating to competitive bidding for government construction contracts arising out of declared states of emergency.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4505, creating the State Parks and Recreation Endowment Fund. Reports the same back with amendment, with recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4513, increasing the replacement costs required of a person causing injury or death of game or protected species. Reports the same back with amendment, with recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4515, relating to wildlife resources, eligibility for license or permit application. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 470, relating to the use of crossbow to hunt, and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 487, providing an exception that all DNR payments be deposited within 24 hours. Reports the same back with recommendation that these do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 500, relating to Class Y special crossbow hunting permit, and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 501, adding protection operation of North Bend Rail Trail, Greenbrier River Trail, and Elk River Trail to Parks and Recreation section of DNR. Reports the same back with amendment, with recommendation that these do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Banking and Insurance has had in consideration House Bill 4543, relating to insurance coverage for diabetics. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass.
The report will be received. Pursuant to House Rule 80, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Banking and Insurance has had in consideration House Bill 4474, relating to peer-to-peer car sharing programs. Reports the same back with amendment, with recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Originating in the Committee on Education is House Bill 4691, relating to employment in areas of critical need in public education. It's reported with recommendation that it do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organizations had into consideration House Bill 4607, authorizing the Department of Mobile Shops for hair, nail, cosmetology, and aesthetic services. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Bill 4083, requiring the West Virginia Parkways Authority to accept the use of credit and debit cards for paying tolls. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Bill 4444, establishing medals of valor and medals for bravery for emergency medical services, firefighters, and law enforcement officers, and House Bill 4453, expanding the eligibility requirements for private investigator and security guard licensure. Reports back committee substitutes, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitutes each do pass.
The report will be received.
Originating in the Committee on Judiciary is House Bill 4664, clarifying the offense of driving under the influence of alcohol, controlled substances, or drugs. It's reported with recommendation that it do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4361 relating to insurance law violations. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with recommendation that a committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4585, providing immunity from civil or civil criminal liability for making good faith reports of suspected or known instances of child abuse or neglect, and committee substitute for Senate Bill 46, defining pepper spray and exempting from definition of deadly weapons. Reports the same back with recommendation that each do pass.
The report will be received. Are there further reports to standing committees? If not, for what purpose does the gentleman of the 50th, Douglas Caputo, seek recognition?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent that the very heartfelt remarks in regard to our friend and former colleague, Delegate Ellis, that were made by the gentleman from the 22nd be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Does the chair hear objection? The chair does not hear objection. That will be so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman of 36, Douglas Robinson, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, just an inquiry of the chair. Was House Bill 4543, which caps insulin for diabetics, has that been triple referenced now to Judiciary?
The chair does not think so. It was the chair's understanding that the Committee on Banking and Insurance reported the bill with certain questions that were not addressed in consideration in the committee.
And that bill also has made it through the House Health Committee and now Banking and Insurance Committee, and has now been sent to the Judiciary Committee.
The chair is not aware of what committees it has made it through. The chair just knows that the Committee on Banking and Insurance raised questions that need to be answered. That was the information received by the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports to select committees. Messages from the executive.
Delegate Henshaw, Mr. Speaker, presents a communication from His Excellency the Governor advising that on February 3rd, 2020, he approved committee substitute. Presents a communication from His Excellency the Governor advising that on February 3rd, 2020, he approved committee substitute.
Be received. Message from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment House Bill 4103 relating to drug control policy.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
Lady from the 49th asks unanimous consideration that House Bill 4103 be taken up for immediate consideration. Are there objections? The chair hears no objection. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 4103 moves the Office of Drug Control Policy within the DHHR organizational chart under the Secretary of DHHR. The Senate amendment only changes a cross-code reference from words into numbers. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur with the Senate amendment.
The lady from the 49th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 4103. Is there discussion? If not, those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares the amendments adopted. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Is there discussion on the bill as amended by the Senate? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 100 ayes and 0 nays. 0 members absent not voting, majority of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4103.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message from the Senate.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 281, removing residency requirement for persons applying for reappointment to the Municipal Police Department.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 534, removing workers' compensation exclusion for temporary legislative employees.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 547, relating to employer testing, notice, termination, or forfeiture of unemployment compensation.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 552, requiring contracts of $25,000 or more be competitively bid.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization. Are there other messages from the Senate? If not, resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 59, requesting a study on the impact of a future electromagnetic pulse, EMP, catastrophe on the state of West Virginia.
Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and that each resolution be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and that each resolution be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. Petitions, motions, bills
House Bill 46.
The gentleman to the 37th, Douglas Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent to be added as a sponsor to House Bill 4059.
The gentleman to the 37th asks unanimous consent to be added as a co-sponsor of House Bill 4059. Does the chair hear objection?
Objection.
Chair does hear objection. The gentleman to the first, Douglas McGeehan, is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to return to the previous order of business for making a motion.
Gentleman is recognized.
I move to discharge House Bill 2732, otherwise known as the Defend the Guard Act.
The gentleman's motion is that House Bill 2732 be discharged from committee. The question before the House is on the adoption of the motion.
Mr. Speaker,
the lady in the 49th.
I move that the motion to discharge 2732 be tabled.
The question now before the House then is the motion from the lady from the 49th that the motion to discharge House Bill 2732 be laid upon the table. For what purpose, and does the gentleman from the first seek recognition, Dale McGeehan?
Just point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
If we would wish to discharge this bill from the First Committee of Veterans Affairs and then potentially listen to some debate on a substantial concept here, we would vote against the lady's motion.
The gentleman is correct. The question that is on the motion by the lady from the 49th. A roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question then is on the motion by the lady from the 49th that the motion to discharge House Bill 2732 be laid upon the table. Those in favor of the lady's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 50 ayes, 50 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. No majority of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the motion lost. The question now is on the motion by the gentleman from the first that House Bill 2732 be discharged from committee. This is a debatable motion. Are there members who wish to speak to the motion? The gentleman from the first is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I had to do this last year because it became quite obvious through about halfway through the session that this bill was not going to see the light of day. And it's a bill that it shouldn't really be too controversial because if you read the bill, the small legal segment at the end simply states that our men and women in our National Guard units under the state governor's control cannot be sent overseas into combat, into these perpetual foreign wars, without an official declaration of war from the U.S. Congress. Now, since that time, that discharge motion, a couple of them, one last year, made some news, and a coalition was formed over the summer, this past summer, and now, as of this month, 10 other states have introduced this same legislation. And I'm expecting 10 to 12 more states this month to introduce this same legislation. It's very important to me because I think most, by the way, of the people, state representatives in these different states that form this coalition, based on all these news stories they heard about this bill in West Virginia, are veterans, they're Republicans, and there's some Democrats. So it's a bipartisan effort. And it's near and dear to my heart because it's been clear to me that over the last at least 2 decades, we've had this sort of status quo where it's somehow acceptable for unilateral action to be taken not just by the executive but by the Pentagon to continually send our men and women in the armed forces overseas into undeclared wars, into seemingly endless wars. We've been at war in this country for 20 years. But let's just get back to the subset of this concept, and that's the National Guard. I mean, should our National Guard be more concerned with the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan? There's an anecdote that probably best story about this issue goes back to 2005. Actually, I was deployed overseas in the Middle East and Afghanistan during that time frame, and that's when Hurricane Katrina hit. And my colleague from Berkeley County probably remembers this. Practically the entire Louisiana National Guard was in Iraq when Katrina hit. And so they had to scramble, the Pentagon and the National Guard brass had to scramble to try to gain resources to move in to Louisiana because their National Guard was off in Iraq and part of them were in Afghanistan, nowhere to be found. While people were drowning, while people were on the rooftops waiting for rescue. Okay, so there's many facets of this bill. But in general, I think we need to come back to that first principle. And one of those first principles, when we raise our right hand and swear to God Almighty that we will uphold and defend the U.S. Constitution, one of the basic tenets that's enshrined in that document is that not one man, not one chief executive has the ability to change the state of this country from peace to war. That's a deeply held American principle. It's actually a deeply held principle of any republic. So if you go back through history and you look at all of the different civilizations that were utterly ruined in the long run. Look at the Greeks with the Peloponnesian War. Look at the Romans in the 5th century. Utterly collapsed through the barbarian invasions over and over again because they depleted their military forces. They spread them thin and they bankrupted their civilizations. This is a small measure we can do within this state to at least try to reassert first principle constitutional measures to try to push back against this. And we are not the only state doing this now. We are not the only state that has this bill introduced here. There are 10 other states that have introduced it this month. And there will likely be at least 10 more introduce it by the end of February. So it is a growing movement, and it's a decentralized movement to sort of put pressure on Washington to do their job. And the whole point of why the power of war was invested in the U.S. Congress was because the war is the most serious operation or serious enterprise that a government could engage in. And quite rightly so, the founders saw it fit to vest that power within the legislative branch so that it could be openly debated, so that the merits and the demerits of initiating an offensive war could be weighed transparently in front of the public. It could be argued, debated. And we've lost sight of that ever since the Second World War. Matter of fact, I don't believe that any war this country's engaged in since the Second World War has really truly met the Western just war doctrine that started with Cicero and then came up through Augustine and culminated in Thomas Aquinas' just war doctrine. And that's a shame, because war should be at the last result. You know, we lost a good man this past year because of one of our West Virginia National Guard units being deployed about 3 months after we had this debate, by the way, in this House, in Kuwait. This policy I'm putting forward has real-life effects. It has real-life consequences. West Virginia Guardsmen should be here at home. They should be tending to floods when they happen, natural disasters, helping out the community. And that's exactly what the recruiters for the National Guard in West Virginia usually tell these kids out of high school that they're going to be doing. Don't bother reading the fine print that, hey, we might just go ahead and federalize you, stick you in Iraq for maybe 2.5 years. So it's not really going to be, 2 weeks a year and 1 weekend a month. But we're not going to really stress that side point. So anymore, the National Guard has been sort of a backdoor draft. So I hope you'll be stand with me here, at least on the discharge motion. Let's move forward, vote for the discharge motion, and then potentially later on get it on first reading, and we can have a real-life debate. It's worth debating. At the very least, it's worth debating. Whether you vote for the bill in the end or not, it's worth debating this subject, because it's the one thing we in government engage in that's probably one of the most horrific phenomena known to the history of man. So, with that, thank you, much, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the motion? The gentleman of 59th, Doug Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not like discharge motions, but this one is special. For the reasons enumerated by my colleague, Delegate McGeehan, I'm also concerned about the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which specifically says, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively and to the people. Now, over the years, the United States Supreme Court has diluted that amendment to almost make it meaningless with the Commerce Clause actions and other actions. This is an important issue, and I urge voting to discharge the bill.
The gentleman of 58th, Doug Coles.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the motion, and I think it's important to understand the question before the House, if I understand it right, Mr. Speaker, is shall the bill be discharged? I think you can ask that question is, should we bypass the Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security Committee to which this bill is now pending? I'm not sure if we have a debate. My friend from the first called for a debate on the merits of the bill. here on the floor, a debate on the merits of the bill is ripe for us to consider once the committee process has gone through certain steps. And I'll share with you some of my concerns. I'm not sure I understand what the real life, real world consequences would be, the reaction from the federal government, from the military brass, for what that would mean to our bases. I'm not sure I understand. I would like to see the Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security Committee call to the podium witnesses and learn information about what that would mean, how this would happen in West Virginia if it were to happen. I don't think that process can be effectively carried out in this room unless we were to go into the committee of the whole. This is about debating your up or down vote. So I think, especially in the context of where we are right now, it's important that if this bill were to be discussed, it needs to happen in a committee process, because it does have incredibly important facts and consequences to this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to discharging the bill to the floor, and I would note that it does have a second committee to go to, but I trust the consideration of the Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security question to work this bill if they so choose. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 55th, Douglas Sponagle.
I support my friend from the first. He introduced this bill at least 4 or 5 years ago, and now 20 states are looking to pass this bill that the gentleman from the first introduced and originated here in the state of West Virginia. He gets no respect. It gets put in a minor committee. At a minimum, let's discharge and send it on to a major committee of the judiciary. He's worked hard on this. People around the country are looking at the gentleman from the first bill. Some of you may like him, some of you may not like him, but the idea that he is expressing deserves debate. And getting buried in a minor committee and never seeing daylight is not any way to debate the issue. So I would hope we give the respect to the gentleman from the first and vote to discharge it, send it to judiciary, and let them have a debate on it. But give the man some respect. He started a movement on this issue, and it's coming here in the state of West Virginia. And we just bury it. He deserves better than that.
The gentleman, the 10th, Doug Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everybody in this body knows that I am a vet. Everybody on this body knows that I serve on Veteran Affairs, and I would encourage our chairman to take this bill up. I don't believe that the floor of the House of Delegates is the place to discuss this bill. I don't believe that we need to discharge it to the full body and discuss it out here on the floor. I do believe it needs to be discussed. I think it's an important bill to be discussed. So for that matter, I would encourage our chairman to put this bill on our agenda and discuss it and bring it forward and do it the proper way. I would vote to reject the gentleman's motion to discharge. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 30th, Doug Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just an inquiry with regard to the posture of the bill and the effect of the gentleman's motion.
Procedural inquiry?
Procedural, yes.
Yes, gentleman, proceed.
So there has been some discussion here about whether this would bring it to the floor or not. I just want to be clear that the gentleman's motion, if it was successful, would simply take the bill from the possession of the Veterans Committee and then place it in the Judiciary Committee. That's simply all it would do. It doesn't place that bill on the agenda in the Judiciary Committee. It doesn't require that it be acted on in any other way. It simply takes it from Veterans to Judiciary. Is that correct?
That would be accurate. Yes, gentleman's summation of the facts is correct.
And would it be true also to say that should the chair wish, once the bill, if it was to be placed on agenda and was to be debated in Judiciary and was to pass Judiciary, would be reported back to the floor, the chair at that point would then have the opportunity, if he should wish, as he had with the insulin bill, is then refer it on to another committee. Would that option still be available to the chair?
That would be the Rule 80 provision. Gentleman is also correct.
Okay, so the gentleman's motion to discharge, it doesn't necessarily have some of the, at this point, doesn't necessarily have, speak to the gentleman's motion.
For the further question or to debate?
Just, I was going to question and then, well, anyhow, I'll just go.
Gentleman's recognized regardless.
Thank you. So the doom and gloom scenario that we've been presented, that all the bases in West Virginia will be shut down, that's been suggested, isn't necessarily the case at this point. This is simply a procedural motion to advance the bill at this point. There's no action other than that's before us.
The first statement of facts that the gentleman articulated is accurate. Adoption of the motion will place the bill out of the hands of Veterans Affairs and into the hands of Judiciary.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Support the gentleman's motion.
Point of inquiry.
Late in the 49th, Douglas Summers.
Are the minor or subject matter committees no longer meeting? Do they have no further time to put that on their agenda?
Committee meetings will still continue until crossover day.
Right, so they have not quit running their agendas yet.
That's a
minor
decision for the
committees.
individual committee chairs, but it's the chair's understanding that no.
Okay, thank you.
The gentleman, the 29th, Douglas Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of the motion, but more in opposition to the gentleman of the 50 whatever, talking about how people don't have respect for people if they don't vote to discharge a bill. And he brought up that this bill was introduced 4 or 5 years ago, and he was on the cutting edge of it. Now 20 states are going to pass it. Well, let me tell you something. There's 45 states that allow for religious exemptions for immunizations, that allow for children to exercise and parents to exercise their freedom to determine what toxins they're putting in their children's body. Well, while we're talking about what can't make it on an agenda, I've got House Bill 4114, House Bill 4063, House Bill 4115.
Point of order has been raised by the gentleman of 36th. The gentleman will state the point of order.
Stick to the issue at hand, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's point of order is well taken. The issue before the House is the motion to discharge House Bill 2732. The chair will give latitude to members to make their points, but the gentleman may proceed under those parameters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the point is all of us have bills that don't make it on an agenda. The point is that all of us have issues that we're passionate about, that we wait for leadership to put on an agenda. This is not the place to push your own agenda. This is a body that deliberates. This is a body that has decided that those several bills of mine that were mentioned aren't getting on an agenda anytime soon. But I'm not out here making a statement and trying to discharge something onto the floor and make a scene. And I find it very disingenuous and very hypocritical that the same people that made speeches last year talking about how the Senate was doing things as a committee of the whole and talking about how they didn't like how the Senate was ignoring their procedure, now just expect us to ignore procedure on this issue. It's disingenuous. And Mr. Speaker, I'd urge that we put this down. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 60th, Douglas Wilson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a great deal of respect for the parliamentary process. It allows us to deal with troublesome issues and to do it as professionals and adults, and I really appreciate that. Part of the parliamentary process is the opportunity to bypass a clog in the system if there happens to be one. Now, we could discuss all day whether or not there's a clog today. You know, I'd come down on one side, others would come down on the other side, that's fine. But that's what we're doing right now. We're discussing whether or not there's a clog. If there is a clog, we need an option to bypass it. I'll set that aside for a second, if I may, and explain why I'm going to vote in favor of this motion. The reason I'm going to vote in favor of this motion is that a few years ago, and I know y'all get tired of hearing about it, I really regret this, but a few years ago, some people used my oath to uphold and defend the Constitution with my life, sent me off, and put me in a place where I might very well die. I took 130 men with me. I brought 130 men back, thank God. Didn't bother me then. It didn't bother me to a great deal that these men and women who made these decisions that put me and my men in these positions didn't respect the Constitution that I was prepared to die for. I got home, though, and I came and I visited this house. It's kind of interesting. I actually just posted the photo on Facebook of my first visit to the house. Posted it this morning. When I left this place, I was incensed I sat in committee meetings and I listened to people joke about decisions that mattered in people's lives. I went home, I was angry. My wife, who by the way is a Navy captain, pointed her little finger in my face and said, "You need to do something about this." I said, "What in the world am I going to do?" She said, "You need to run for office." I said, "That is a horrible idea. I'm not even a nice guy." She said, "Well, that's why we need you." Well, here we are, guys. The reason this has become a critical issue for me is because I have a daughter who's in the Navy. She's currently deployed. When it was me, when I was the one who was deployed, not a big deal, whatever. You know, take her around, that's what I do, doesn't bother me. My kid is deployed. My 17-year-old son is currently applying to the U.S. Naval Academy to become a Marine. He wants to go Force Recon. I said, "Where did you get a stupid idea like that?" He said, "From watching my old man." I said, "Boy, I was never a Marine." And he said, "You know, maybe I'd like to be better than my dad." I said, "All right, we're going to go out back on that one." The point is, I've got 2 kids. These same people who have no respect at all for our Constitution, who do not understand that the people here in this state are in charge. They think they're in charge. They don't understand who they work for. I know this bill's not going to pass. You know what? It's not going to pass this time around. And people are going to raise good issues against it, valid issues. But the point of the matter is, they need to know who's in charge. And I tell you what, they're going to take my kids. They need to answer for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman with 62nd, Doug Bibby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please excuse me if I go on at length on this topic. My good friend from the first has a good bill. This bill has a lot of pushback, a significant number of pushback. But it's important that we're debating this. Issues of war and peace are important. I spent 22 years in the military. I came in 1972. At that time, the Guard was basically, you joined the Guard to get out of going to Vietnam. Okay, it was not an integral part of our active or total force. Over that period, when we got to the first Gulf War, I began to see what the leadership was doing in Washington. In my estimation, misusing the Guard. Became a backdoor draft, so to speak, because we didn't want to spend the forces or the dollars to adequately fund an active duty force that the leadership wanted to do. And it troubles me with this bill. I did vote against tabling the bill, and the reason is I think this is an important issue that we're discussing. Last year, this bill I think did come out of the Veterans Affairs Committee, but it died out there. We never really got any good discussion on this matter. And I think we're getting good discussion today. Those of you who know how I'm going to vote on the discharge, you're going to be surprised, but I'm going to vote against the discharge because it'll go back to the Veterans Committee, and we'll be able to either move that bill out or a resolution that I've drafted up that's similar to the bill. Like my colleague from the 60th, this bill's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to get, the Senate's not going to pick it up. It's not going to pass. It's not going to become law. But I think it is going to at least open people's eyes to what we're doing. We need our Congress to do its job. Congress hasn't declared war in over 70 years. Since then, we've gone into short military engagement, long military engagements. I can tell you Vietnam, current activities in Afghanistan and Iraq that are going on with these authorizations for use of military force that nobody really knows how long they are. There's no termination point. But we've got men and women that have been going to Iraq and Afghanistan for the past 18 years. Some of them 7 tours in both countries. Some of them not coming back. Some of them come back with double amputees. They'll be scarred for the rest of their life. Ladies and gentlemen, we've never, ever gone through what we're going through now, the way we're going through the wars today after the past 18 years. Most people will tell you back in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, most guys bled out on the battlefield. So we didn't see the carnage come back here and have to live with it for several generations. We are going to have to live through that. I know I won't. I'll be long gone. But my sons and my daughters, my grandchildren are going to have to live with those vets that came back. And we're going to be living with that. We've never done that as a nation before. We've never had deployments like we've had before. Vietnam, you went over for 12 months, you came back, that was it. You weren't put back time and time again. We need Congress to do its job. We need Congress, if it's an important engagement that we have to be involved in, Congress should be declaring war. Now, I'm not one to say that we should never use the Guard. The Guard plays an important role today because it's part of our total force complement. We need the Guard. We need the C-17s to take strategic airlift, to take things into embassies, to provide combat support. We also need special operations forces. We need those forces to be able, for the president or for the national command authorities, to be able to use those forces to take out a guy like Soleimani, to take out an imminent threat. But that's not what we're talking about in this bill here, or the resolution that I'm thinking of trying to introduce. I'm talking about extended ground combat engagements where we put men and women over there. We think we're putting them over there for a month, but here it is 18 years later. We've still got men and women engaged in ground combat operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. That's where I see Congress has to stand up. They have to either end these authorizations for military force, put an end date to them, or declare war. It's destroying our country. We're bankrupting our treasury. We're giving up our blood, sweat, and tears of our kids. So I would say what we have today, I think it was a good discussion. We need to have these types of discussions in our country today. And I'll end with this. I remember when I was only about 10 years old, but I remember sitting with my dad when President Eisenhower gave his farewell address. And he warned, beware of the military-industrial complex. Now, Eisenhower is not a peacenik. He wasn't afraid to go to war. He wasn't afraid to do what had to be done to defend this country. But he was very aware of that unseemly collusion, if you want to, for lack of a better word, between the deep state bureaucrats, State Department, CIA, the alphabet soup within Washington, D.C., and the military-industrial complex. We're talking about the big companies that, quite frankly, make money when there's war. If you ever watch when there's actions going on overseas, all the defense stocks all go up, okay? Because there's money to be made in war. And I'm not against that. I'm not against having the most powerful military in the world. I want that. But I don't want our men and women being used as pawns and going over and getting involved in overseas activities that don't really have a defined end game, a defined goal. We have to know what we're putting our men and women over there for. And with that, I'd like to say that this is a good bill. I won't be voting to discharge it, but I do intend next week to put this bill on the table in Veterans Affairs, along with the resolution I have, and we can have discussion there. Hopefully we'll have more discussion within the House, because to me, any discussion between war and peace, when it involves our men and women, our young sons and daughters, I think those are important things we need to talk about. We need to think about where we're headed. And we've gone far from what our founding fathers wanted 200 years ago in the past 70 years. And I'd like to see at least we make a stand to show that we're paying attention out there to the people in D.C. And we're we're looking for, we want our nation to be strong, but we don't want endless wars. We got to stop this endless wars that we've been doing for the past, I would say, 30 years. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The lady from the 50th, Doug Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear the chair saying that he would put this on the agenda. It's worth a discussion. It's worth an open discussion of being true and honest as to what we're doing with our boys and our girls in the service. I know that the Guard has gone several duties, several times to Afghanistan and to Iraq. Is that where they belong? I don't think they belong there, but maybe that's not my call. But I think we need to really have a deep discussion and bring everyone to the table, General Hoyer, everyone else, and let's talk about this. You know, the Guard was not intended to go to another country and fight a war. They were intended to protect our country. Right or wrong, that's where they are now, and they've done several duties, and I think it's something that we really need to look at as to what is their responsibilities and what can be changed and what cannot be changed. We do have a service, we have full-time military, and they have taken an oath to protect us in other countries. But this is another issue. I will not vote to discharge it. I do want it to go to Veterans Affairs. That's where it belongs. That's where we need to have the open discussion with it. And Mr. Chair, I hope you will have it on the agenda in this following week. And please do, and please do for all of us so we can have this discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 25th, Doug Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to say that way back last year when I was Vice Chair of Veterans and Homeland Security, we run this bill and passed it out, and it died, and we kind of had to do the same thing last year. This is an issue of Congress not doing its job as usual. They've took a pass on this just like most other issues. They'll leave it to the court or just whatever. But if this bill can do in some way get to hold their feet to the fire and make them do their job instead of never declaring war and just making it endless. What have we been in Iraq or Afghanistan, 20 years? Until we get some people moving on this in Congress, this is going to continue to be an issue. And I will be supporting this discharge, and I will be supporting my brother from the 1st on this. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 44th, Doug Hannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 62nd yield?
Gentleman does yield.
Just as a clarification, I think I understood you earlier to say that you're going to run this bill next week through committee. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you. That was all, Mr. Speaker.
The chair will recognize the sponsor of the motion, Delegate McGeehan, to close debate. Do any members wish to speak to the motion before the chair recognizes the gentleman to close debate? Being none, the gentleman, the 1st, Delegate McGeehan, to close debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have great respect for my colleague, the gentleman from Berkeley County who just spoke, who's now chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee. He's an honorable guy. He's about my dad's age, or would have been my late father's age. No offense, Tom. I know I just called out your age, but I think you would have got along. And he's an honorable guy, and he was really last week very not perplexed, but very deeply concerned morally on what course of action to take. And so I just want you to know that the gentleman from Berkeley County, who's the chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee, put this bill on the agenda last week, the Defend the Guard Act. He put this bill on the agenda last week, and it was ordered to be removed from the agenda. Now, I went through the proper routes. It wasn't the gentleman from Berkeley County that decided to take it off. He put it on. It was the powers that be that forced him to remove it off the agenda. And that's why we're here to discharge it out of this minor committee. Because I went through the proper routes to have it debated at first in the minor committee that it was assigned to, and the powers that be had it removed overnight. So I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding in here and possibly some confirmation bias going on where some people on the right side of the aisle really don't care for this bill because of certain factors and certain powers that be, established powers that don't like it. And they're saying, wait, we just need to run it through the committee. We have no guarantees that if the gentleman from Berkeley County, the chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee, decides to put it on the agenda again, like he just said, next week, that it's going to run. Not at all. All this discharge motion does, by the way, is get it out of that minor committee and moves it up to the Judiciary Committee so that major committee can take it up and debate it back and forth in the committee process. That's all it does. So the argument that we need to run the course of the committee process, well, it's sort of a farce. You know, it's sort of, I'm not going to go far as say some people in here have been disingenuous, but perhaps they lack that information. It was on the committee agenda in Veterans Affairs last week, and then it was mysteriously removed. And I have firsthand accounts of why it was removed. You can guess. This is an important bill to go forward. It's very important. It deserves a discharge motion, successful discharge motion, so it could at least move on in the process to get to the Judiciary Committee, and hopefully they'll take it up and go through the nuances of it. We cannot expect Washington in the long run to solve or to come to grips with these perpetual endless wars that we've been engaged in over 20 years. We cannot expect that to happen. We just can't. Washington, by and large, is a lost cause. This is a decentralized solution. And like I said before, 10 other states have introduced this same legislation this month, and we're expecting another 10 more states to introduce it by the end of February. So we're not alone anymore. All right? This is pushing back against Washington to try to hold them accountable to reassert the proper constitutional powers of war that solely were invested wisely by the founders in the Congress. So I hope you at least give consideration to casting a yes vote to discharge the bill from the minor committee, so at least the major committee, the Judiciary Committee, could have the option of taking it up and debating it in a committee process, rightfully so. So with that, I'll close my comments there, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Debate on the motion's been closed. A roll call has been demanded. Demand is sustained. The question before the House is, shall House Bill 2732 be discharged from the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security? Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 50 ayes, 50 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. Less than a majority in favor. The motion is lost. Bills introduced.
House Bill 4665, reducing the amount of rebate going to Purchasing Improvement Fund.
Laid in the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with and that each bill be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system.
Laid in the 49th, ask unanimous consent that further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with and that each bill be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. Unfinished business. Bills on third reading.
House Bill 2164, clarifying that appeals to the Supreme Court are a matter of right.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? Chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 27th, Douglas Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. House Bill 2164 is the same bill we've passed the last 2 sessions. It's gone to the Senate where it languished without action. This is our third opportunity to codify what we think is the policy should be, which is that in any civil or criminal appeal of a circuit court decision, an appeal is a matter of right, and the Supreme Court of Appeals must afford an opportunity to be heard, a full and meaningful review, and issue a written decision on the merits. Mr. Speaker, that is the summary of the bill. 3 times might be a charm. I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2164.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action to the House, to the Senate, and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2892, including digital and virtual information in the definition of property that can be searched and seized by a warrant.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 35th, Douglas Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. This bill deals specifically with the definition of property that can be searched and seized with a search warrant. As we all know, this goes very deeply to our core values as Americans and our right to be protected against search and seizure. But what this bill does is it narrowly tailors definitionally what and what not of our property can be searched and seized. And I think what we're doing with this bill is updating ourselves in the definition of what can be searched and seized under property into the 21st century. In this bill, we deal with the definition of property. And at present, our code defines property as documents, books, and papers, and any other tangible objects. In this bill, we are adding the following language to the definition of property: digital and virtual information, including but not limited to social media accounts. That is how the bill came to us in its original form. This bill was submitted to a subcommittee when we deliberated over it in the Committee on the Judiciary. That subcommittee deliberated and reported back to the committee, expanding that definition because that definition seemed vague to some members in the committee. So it was expanded upon with a definition that the subcommittee reported back. And I'll read that definition to you because I think it's important. It further defined what digital and virtual information is, and that is defined as any transfer of signs, signals, writing, images, sounds, data, or intelligence of any nature transmitted in whole or in part by a wire, radio, electromagnetic, photoelectronic, or photo-optical system, but does not include any wire or oral communication, any communication made through the tone-only paging device, or the radio portion of a cordless telephone communication that is transmitted between the cordless telephone handset and the base unit. Lastly, the search warrant issued for a computer or computer network or other device containing the now electronic or digital information shall be deemed to include the search of the contents of that computer network, or other device. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of a long summarization of a very short bill. I'm happy to take questions, but I do urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2892.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action to the House, to the Senate, and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4102, relating to opioid antagonists.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objections and recognizes the gentleman, the 28th, Douglas Pack, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. This is House Bill 4102. The purpose of this bill is to update who can prescribe, dispense, distribute an opioid antagonist. This legislation was originally enacted in 2015, and since that time, best practices have changed, and this bill brings West Virginia's law in conformity with those practices. Also, the bill will simplify the reporting structure for opioid antagonist dispensing and distributing. This language was developed by the Board of Pharmacy, the State Health Officer, and the Office of Drug Control Policy. Mr. Speaker, I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4102.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Hill moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Are those in favor of the title amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. For what purpose does the gentleman of the 37th, Delegate Pushkin, seek recognition?
I move to make the bill effective from passage.
The gentleman of the 37th moves to make committee substitute for House Bill 4102 effective from passage. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will, the gentleman from the 66th, Delegate Espinosa, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Well, this is a debatable motion, I presume?
The chair believes it is a debatable motion, yes.
Will the chair of the committee to which this was reported yield to a question?
Does the gentleman of the 41st yield for a question?
Yes, sir. Gentleman has moved that this be made effective from passage. Is that something that your council's had an opportunity to review to just confirm that it doesn't have any unintended consequences?
It's fine. Yes, it is fine.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Do other members wish to speak to the motion? If not, then the question before the House is that shall the bill be made effective from passage? Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 2 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective for passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4137, allowing counties to store and maintain voter registration records in a digital format.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objections and recognizes the lady from the 3rd, Delegate Storch, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4137 allows counties to store and maintain voter registration records in a digital format. Currently, West Virginia does not provide for the storage of voter records in a digital format. Through House Bill 4137, counties, at the discretion of the clerk of the county commission, are able to store and maintain voter records. It directs the clerk of the county commission to follow record destruction procedure and digital copy creation protocols, and with the approval of the Secretary of State, the clerk of the county commission may destroy original registration records as long as a digital or facsimile copy is kept in a designated secure manner. The Secretary of State has provided input on the bill. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to the passage of the bill? The gentleman of the 43rd, Delegate Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the sponsor, the lady from the 3rd, yield for a question?
Does the lady yield for questions?
I will, but I'm not the sponsor.
Oh, sorry. My question is, this would allow them to have digital records. Is that correct? They could if they would like to.
Yes, the language is permissive.
Okay, but it would no longer require them only to have digital. They could still have actual paper rolls. Is that correct?
They would be able to maintain paper records as well.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House is shall the bill pass. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4137.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4356 relating to the administration of anesthetics.
The question before the House is shall the bill pass. For what purpose does the gentleman of 35th, Douglas Scaff, seek recognition?
I would like unanimous consent to amend on third reading, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of 35th asked unanimous consent to offer an amendment on third reading. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. Are there amendments?
Delegates Scaff and Staggers move to amend the bill on page 1, section 15, line 9, following the word anesthesia by inserting the words at critical hospitals.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as just read by the clerk. The gentleman of 35th, Douglas Scaff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, this bill in front of us today, it's unfortunate that when you have a bill like this that focuses on the health and patients of West Virginians, you always wish that you have a compromise and that you have all parties involved to further the health of West Virginians. And it seems like there's always two sides of the story here. But the reason for this amendment is simply stated for the intent of this bill to give direction for the CRNAs, because we want to serve, especially in our rural areas and across West Virginia, to allow for these CRNAs to do an expanded scope for the better welfare of the patients. I think that's the intent, but nowhere in the bill does it specify that. And I think without this amendment, it could have ill-advised effect and unintended consequences, where just because CNRAs are allowed to do this further scope of practice, they might all still congregate in, let's say, Charleston, and it defeats the purpose of the bill. The purpose is to expand their scope, especially in rural areas, in critical access hospitals, to further advance the health of the patients. And so therefore, I'm offering this amendment, so therefore we don't have unintended consequences, and even though we expand the scope, we don't specify that they help out across West Virginia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 41st, Douglas Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of the amendment. I'm not sure why we would treat one hospital different than another in this situation just because they're a critical access hospital. The whole point of the bill is to help our rural hospitals, as the gentleman stated, but I'd point out that not all rural hospitals are critical access hospitals. So I would urge rejection.
The lady from the 50th, Douglas Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would one of the sponsors of the amendment stand for a question? Thank you.
The gentleman of the 35th yields for questions.
Thank you.
I'll give us some space.
Give me a little space. I need that. Explain critical care. Is this like a small rural hospital? Are you talking about, can it be, as the delegate Hill had said, that this could be any hospital?
That's correct. That's deemed critical care.
So we're expanding. So this amendment is going to expand their role in any hospital to be able to provide this service.
That's correct.
And what does that? How does that change the bill in itself?
Well, it doesn't really change the bill in itself, but I think the main part of the bill has to do with cooperation of anesthesiologists versus supervision. And in places across the state where there may not be an anesthesiologist, supervision, I think what this bill is intended to do is do away with supervision, being right there looking over their shoulder in arm's length, and have cooperation. So basically that would eliminate that.
So would the physician still be there to be on hand?
It does not change the intent of that aspect of the bill. So technically they do not still have to be there.
Okay. I think I understand, but I think some people were thinking this bill was to have physician oversight, but I'm not sure. That's why I was asking your question. So this would mean that the physicians would not have oversight, but this would give more leniency to?
In critical access care hospitals.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The lady in the 49th, August Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 35th yield?
Yes.
When I read the names of the hospitals that are only provided anesthesia care by certified registered nurse anesthetist, I see those hospitals as Boone Memorial, Braxton County, Grafton City, Jackson General, Montgomery General, Potomac Valley, Preston Memorial, Roane General, St. Joe's, Stonewall Jackson, Summersville, Wetzel, and Welch. Which of those hospitals, which are not critical access, will you now be denying surgery?
I don't know how to answer your question.
Which of those hospitals that I listed are not critical access that your amendment will now prohibit those citizens from having surgical procedures because they will have no anesthesia?
With supervision versus cooperation, that's the only difference.
You added critical access.
The intent, correct me if I'm wrong, the intent of the bill is changing the language from supervision to cooperation.
Okay.
And maybe I need to yield to the sponsor of the bill to understand what the intent of that was. But in places across West Virginia where there's not an anesthesiologist readily available, that CRNA will be able to practice just like the bill is intended to without supervision.
So why do you need supervision at a rural hospital but not a critical access hospital if we're just talking about the general practice, the general scope?
Other way around. It's other way around.
Okay, so, well, explain to me why you would need something at one facility but not at another.
Because anesthesiologists are readily available.
Oh, they are? Okay, thank you.
The lady in the 51st, Dr. Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman continue to yield? I'm confused. The only change would be that you would add after the word anesthetist, you would add at critical access hospitals, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the sentence would now read, the administration of anesthesia may be provided by a CRNA in cooperation, anesthetist at critical access hospitals in cooperation with a physician or dentist. The way I read that is that the only place where you can have the cooperation is at these critical access hospitals. Is that what you intended?
That's correct.
And so what happens at the hospitals that are not critical access?
They don't have to have that.
They don't have to have cooperation or supervision?
No, they have to have, like going back to the original bill, let's see, by changing the word, all it does is say, by changing the word, administration of anesthesiology, at critical access hospitals. So the administration of anesthesia at critical access hospitals may be provided by a certified registered nurse anesthetist in cooperation with the physician or dentist, because they will be more readily available to have cooperation.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand what happens at these rural hospitals that are not critical access. They're not, because this bill crosses out the supervision in the first paragraph preceding. Are they able to practice with cooperation, or are they not having any relationship with physicians?
I might defer to the other co-sponsor on that for accurate
All right.
description.
Does lady in the 32nd yield for a question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Lady may proceed.
I was just trying to figure out if that was what you intended to do. The way I read the new sentence is that it would say that the administration of anesthesia by a CRNA at a critical access hospital may be provided with cooperation with a physician or dentist. It doesn't say anything about hospitals that are not critical access, and I thought that was where we needed the cooperation the most.
The intent
the intent of adding critical access hospitals to the definition was what we were first explained. A critical access hospital is one that's receiving federal funding to keep it open. They're doing minor procedures, doing some admissions. Most of the big operations are being transferred to secondary or tertiary hospitals where the big stuff like brain surgery, open heart surgery can be done with an anesthesiologist there. There aren't enough anesthesiologists. In the critical care hospitals, minor procedures like you can get your colonoscopy at a critical care access hospital. You can have, let's just say, a cataract replaced at a critical access hospital. Trying to think of some minor procedures done at a critical access hospital, but it doesn't have the backing, the funding, the ability to actually have all on staff to provide excellent care for really critical surgeries. So in that case, the anesthesiologist wouldn't be required to be there, but the nurse anesthetist at a critical care hospital would have some sort of anesthesiologist to talk to, but not on staff, not on in the hospital at any place. So the nurse anesthetist would be by themselves at these hospitals, which pretty much that's all they can do anyway.
So the lady from Taylor that read the list of Wetzel and Taylor and those other hospitals, are they critical access or
yes,
not?
Yes, and in my county it would be Plateau Medical Center, and the nurse anesthetist could take care of all procedures at that hospital by themselves.
So your intention was to allow cooperation at these smaller hospitals where they're doing minor surgery.
And actually, the way the bill reads is cooperation with whatever doctor is doing that. Like if a dentist wants to pull all your teeth at the hospital, the dentist and the anesthesiologist would cooperate. It doesn't have to be an anesthesiologist.
Okay.
They're rare and expensive.
Thank you for explaining. I appreciate that.
The gentleman, the 58th, Doug Coles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the amendment, and I appreciate the gentleman from the 35th bringing the amendment forward. I think the questions surround, well, first, the reason I'm for the amendment is because I'm really struggling with the bill. If this amendment were adopted, I think I can clearly vote for the bill. Absent the amendment, I struggle with the underlying bill. I think it is a fair point of whether or not the amendment is properly drafted, because I think perhaps the stricken language may need to be reinstated so that there's just a carve out for those rural acute care hospitals rather than a prohibition. But I think it works exactly the way it is. It's just cumbersome language. But what I think the important part is to understand is in the underlying bill, from what I've been able to gather, there's a difference of opinion between nurse anesthetists as to whether or not it's a minor change, or anesthesiologists whether it's a major change. And I have trouble sorting through that. What this amendment does is, instead of taking a complete change, it takes a step first and is a slower rollout to a change in policy. And I'll tell you what gives me some concern with the change. I have a letter from an anesthesiologist from WVU who brought up a couple points, and it says, it's difficult to understand how HB 4356 advances care for our friends and families by removing the requirement to have physician supervision during one of the most vulnerable times. And he goes on to say he opposes it with his strongest opposition, but that this bill removes the requirement for physician supervision of the patients while receiving anesthesia care. I'm not sure that's the intent, but if that's true, that gives me pause and concern, and I think it would be prudent for us to have a slow rollout and apply it one step at a time rather than striking a section of code and replacing that with just an opening of nurse anesthetists doing this care. The professor from WVU, the anesthesiologist, goes on to say the bill does not expand access to health care to any patients in our state. I serve a rural area of West Virginia that has a critical care access hospital, and I want folks in my area to get good care, but I'm worried about this scope of practice fight between the two of them, and I think it's proper to roll it out slowly, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I ask for support for the amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 29th, Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you something about a slow rollout. You know, we've been trying to advance policies in West Virginia for the last, 5 years now that pointed us in the right direction. There was a map on our desks, maybe a few days ago? I think the majority leader put it on our desks, and that was the best description of what's going on here. 48 other states have the bill as is, without this amendment that's unnecessary. That's how the law is. I mean, we're not stepping off into some oblivion, as what's been stated by the gentleman, that we need a slow rollout. As a matter of fact, from what I saw on that map, Ohio and West Virginia were the only two states that do not allow nurse anesthetists to operate independently. The only thing I see in common with this amendment and that notion is that this amendment is like going slow in the left lane and not moving over. That's exactly what it is. My cousin is a nurse anesthetist in North Carolina. She has been a nurse anesthetist for over 20 years. She has a teaching degree. She has taught at Wake Forest. She's worked at Wake Forest Hospital, and she's moved on from there, and she does wonderful things. And she has operated independently basically her entire career. And I'll tell you something else. Come on down to southern West Virginia. Come down to our VA hospital, where veterans, if you pass this amendment and don't go with the bill as is, veterans in the care in the VA hospital, they're not going to get the treatment they need because the VA can't pay enough to get one of the anesthesiologists to come over there. They don't have the $600,000, $700,000 a year necessary to pay one of these anesthesiologists to take care of our heroes that have given so much. Little hospitals like Summers ARH, Beckley ARH, the gentlelady mentioned Welch, all through southern West Virginia. Guess what? You're not going to get surgery. You may as well fly us all to Charlottesville, and because you're not going to have anesthesia. So if you're in southern West Virginia and you support this amendment, you don't support the veterans that need care, you don't support your people that need care, and you're not supporting the community that's struggling to keep their hospitals open. Might as well just shut them down and get us all helicopter pads, send us to Charlottesville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 28th, Doug Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the lady from the 32nd, you up for a question?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
To your understanding, are there any outpatient procedures that would be handled in like a doctor's office whereby a nurse anesthetist might perform the anesthesia?
Sure.
Okay.
And I could say that the VA uses nurse practitioners because they don't do any major surgery. Anything major in Beckley is sent, where do they send them, Roanoke?
Somewhere outside of Beckley.
Somewhere outside of Beckley, yeah. The nurse practitioners do all the anesthesia at the Beckley VA. So our Beckley VA veterans are taken well care.
Okay. But my question is, are there outpatient procedures that go on in doctor's offices or surgery centers, like in Beckley at the Beckley Surgery Center? Are there procedures that go on that if this amendment were adopted that they wouldn't be able to go on anymore?
No, that this is would allow all the nurse practitioners to do all those. I've had outpatient surgery at the surgery center and had a nurse practitioner always and trusted them and trusted the nurse practitioner to know when they're in over their head. which is what ER doctors have to figure out all the time.
But your amendment inserts the words "at critical access hospitals."
Yes.
Beckley Surgery Center is not a critical access hospital.
No, but the nurse practitioners can already do that and are not eliminated from this. All this does is allow the nurse practitioners independent practice at the critical access hospitals and any place else, but not at the tertiary and secondary hospitals such as Beckley ARH.
Okay. Thank you, thank you, ma'am. Speak to the amendment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would rise in opposition to this amendment. While I certainly have no doubts that this is well intentioned, I'm absolutely certain, and I have been told by folks at the VA in Beckley that they currently are not performing these surgeries that are necessary. If they were, they would be in violation of the law, they tell me. I suspect there are a lot of moving parts in this, and it's entirely reasonable for folks to be on both sides of the issue on this particular argument. But I would suggest to you that the folks at our Beckley VA hospital need this bill. They need this bill to pass without amendment, and Mr. Speaker, I would urge its rejection. Thank you.
Gentleman, the 60th, Doug Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the amendment. And if you don't mind, I'd like to put a little context to this whole situation. All of the concerns here seem to be founded on the assumption that a certified registered nurse anesthetist is incapable of doing his or her job without supervision by a physician. Simple fact of the matter is that most CRNAs, certified registered nurse anesthetists, begin their careers with a bachelor's degree in science or nursing, physiology, something along those lines, goes on to complete nursing school, becomes a registered nurse, then serves in the community as a registered nurse, usually in some critical specialty like ICU or the emergency room or something along those lines. Then they have to apply to and be accepted to a master's program in anesthesia. That program normally is from 24 to 51 months long, depending on where you go and how compact the program is. Generally speaking, a nurse anesthetist graduates with 9,369 clinical hours in anesthesia. 9,369. That's an average, but it's somewhere around there. What we're talking about here is people who have learned the practicum. They know how to do what they're doing. They've done it hands-on for a long time. They've got the education to back it up. We're not talking about people who get out of high school, go to a 6-week course, and are all of a sudden pumping people full of drugs. These are professionals. And I would like to go farther and state, not only are they professional healthcare, not only are they healthcare professionals, but they are healthcare providers. That's a technical term. They are licensed. Each CRNA is licensed as a CRNA and operates under his or her own personal license, not under the license of the physician with whom they serve. The second thing is they have to carry their own malpractice insurance. So what we're talking about here is if you go in for surgery, the surgeon would be responsible for the actual operation, the surgery that they're doing. If something goes wrong with the surgery, you can sue that surgeon for malpractice. If something goes wrong with the anesthesia, the anesthetist would be held accountable. The CRNA, the nurse anesthetist, would actually be accountable, be held accountable in court, and has their own insurance to cover that. They are professional providers. They are not assistants. They are not technicians. There are such things as anesthesia assistants, and they're very helpful. There are such things as anesthesia technicians. Anesthesia technicians are very helpful. I'm afraid that the concern that most people have here who are concerned about this is that what we're talking about is some sort of a technician who is then going to be raised to the level of a provider. We're talking about providers who are already practicing. This bill, sans the amendment, what it actually does is it simply brings our policy in line with current practice. The one thing that is at issue here is this requirement for supervision is used by doctors as a reason, and I'm talking about anesthesiologists, not all doctors, used by anesthesiologists as a reason for why they have to sign off on a chart when a patient has been treated. That signature allows them to be reimbursed for their service by Medicare, Medicaid, whatever insurance program they have, or by the patient directly. So what we're talking about here is we're talking about allowing the current practice to continue, but removing that support for someone to say, I was here, I worked. Do you guys understand what never mind, I'm sorry. Also, I want to make it very clear that the requirement that a surgeon or that an MD, a physician, supervise them doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, if you want to insist that an anesthesiologist supervise them, that almost makes sense if that's a requirement you're going to put in. But simply saying that a physician needs to supervise a CRNA, do you understand that most physicians know very little about anesthesia? They really don't. That's okay. That's not their specialty. An anesthesiologist knows quite a bit about it, and that's great. They've been through a lot of school. They've been through a lot of training. It's just about commensurate with the actual hands-on training that a CRNA gets when they go through their school. Sir, I stand absolutely against this amendment, and I appreciate your time.
The lady from the 49th, Douglas Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge rejection of the amendment as well. 2 points that I've noted is that the amendment is very conflicting in the scope of someone's practice. Why would you need supervision at one hospital but not at another? That makes absolutely no sense to me. We don't determine our practice by our location. The second reason would be that this supervision that we're talking about in this bill, like my colleague from the 60th said, is by surgeons and dentists who do not have specialty in anesthesia. I'm sure the gentleman from the 17th doesn't have specialty in anesthesia when he performs a colonoscopy, but he is to supervise that nurse anesthetist who our gentleman said has 9,369 hours of specialty training. There is no need for this amendment, and this should go down. Thank you.
Lady in the 50th, Douglas Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I have a question again, very quickly, maybe to the other co-sponsor, Dr. Staggers, if I may.
Does the lady yield for question?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm getting confused on this bill for some reason, because I get a lot of responses for and against and more for against this move of this bill. But on your amendment, has other states adopted such a thing as the nurse anesthesiast to have their own maybe private practice, so to speak, to be able to work anywhere as an anesthesiologist?
Well, I believe somebody else testified to that, and I can't, but I know no one in here ever lies. They said that all the other states allow nurse practitioners to set up their own shop.
And your amendment's going to allow them to only oversee minor surgeries, like you said, maybe in not serious cardiology surgeries where maybe they should not be? Do you understand what I'm saying? Is it something minor, like you're saying a colonoscopy, where you're not really asleep, that they could supervise?
Right.
But something that's very serious, such as open heart surgery, would they be certified to do that?
Under this bill, they would be allowed under independent practice to do open heart surgery, which goes on for 6 or 7 hours, or complicated neurosurgery that is delving deep into the brain in certain areas. And to limit it to critical access hospitals and what nurse practitioners can do anyway, they can set up their own with the outpatient surgery departments. They will be the ones providing. And so yes, this would allow in all the critical access hospitals, which are tiny hospitals supported by federal funds to keep them open, they're still doing minor surgeries. They can do appendectomies, some of the things that I would be allowed to do. By the way, in the ER, they make the ER doctors do all the conscious sedation, which is minor anesthesia. So I'm not a nurse. So here's, if I can, I hope I can make it clearer. In the major hospitals, they would hire anesthesiologists and nurse anesthetists. They would work together, but the anesthesiologist would oversee their work. In the critical access hospitals and outpatient and any place else they'd like to give anesthesia, the nurse anesthetist would be independent practitioners. They would not need any supervision. They could bill Medicare, Medicaid. I'm not sure Medicare or Medicaid will pay them, but they could bill as an independent practitioner.
Thank you. So what you're saying here, if we pass this amendment, we may be the first state to have actually adopted such a practice for them to be independent?
No, somebody else, and I forget whoever else said it's all these other states and we're the last one. I don't know that because
I wasn't told that either. I was told that maybe we might be the first. No other state has adopted this type of practice. That's what I would like to be able to have cleared up if someone can.
And I can't, but maybe someone here could speak to that. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, is there someone, I do not know if the sponsor or someone else of the bill can address that question?
Do any the gentleman on the 41st, Doug Hill, to yield for that question?
I do.
Thank you. Do you know if any other states have adopted this practice of nurse anesthesiologists being independent?
As the gentleman from the 29th spoke, he spoke of this map that we all had on our desks. And if you notice all the green throughout, it says no supervision required throughout the country. And there are a handful of states in yellow requires some supervision, but only 2, West Virginia and Ohio, requires supervision and the presence of the physician in the room with the CRNA.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
The gentleman on the 16th, Doug Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentlelady, the co-sponsor of the amendment, yield?
Lady does yield.
Yes, I will.
Thank you, ma'am. I've been wrestling with this a little bit, and I just wanted to get some clarification. Is the effect of your amendment to only allow this cooperation as defined in the bill in only those critical access hospitals, but not in other hospitals?
The purpose of this amendment is to allow nurse practitioners who are anesthesiologists to practice independently without any oversight or anything else in the critical access hospitals, which are federally funded.
Oh, okay. And so those hospitals require that federal subsidization to survive?
Yes, if without federal monies to prop them up, they would not exist.
Okay. And so hypothetically, if your amendment were adopted and a procedure were performed at a critical access hospital and the same procedure were then performed at a non-critical access hospital, would there be 2 different sort of regulatory structures under which those procedures would be governed?
The way it happens in hospitals now, an anesthesiologist is present but not necessarily in the room. So nurse practitioners do most of the minor surgeries in the rest of the hospitals, and that would include the tertiary hospitals like CAMC and Morgantown and Huntington. So there's an anesthesiologist present for any type of complications.
Sure, but just directly, one procedure done at a critical access hospital, the same procedure done at a non-critical access hospital, would there be 2 different sets of supervisory rules if your amendment were adopted?
The amendment would allow the nurse practitioners to completely practice on their own without any supervision or any sort of interaction with an anesthesiologist in the critical access hospitals, because that's all the critical access hospitals can afford.
Oh, okay. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'll speak to the amendment.
Yes, gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as I've wrestled with this, I think that if it's good enough for Mingo County and for Clay County and for Kentucky and Tennessee and California and Texas and New York and Pennsylvania and 40 total states, it should be good enough across the state. In addition, there's actually been discussion here about the cost of the services, and we shouldn't wait until a hospital can't survive without taxpayer subsidization for us to say that, this safety measure is good enough. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would urge rejection. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 35th, Dr. Scaff.
I was just going to ask if I could move to light of the bill one day, just with the concerns that the gentleman from the 58th brought up and the concerns with the VA hospitals. I think there was some intentions or there were some thoughts brought up today that we'd like to take a look at this amendment, and with the point well taken by the gentlelady from the 49th, as well as the person from the 28th. I was just asking if this we could move to lie this over one day with amendment pending with the right to perfect.
The gentleman from the 35th moves that we postpone action one day. This is a debatable motion. Are there members who wish to speak to the motion? The gentleman of the 41st, Doug Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not think that is necessary. I think we all know the intent of the amendment. While it may be flawed, I do object to the amendment as intended. So I do not see a reason for moving forward.
The gentleman from the 30th, Doug Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is currently on third reading, is that correct?
Correct, it is.
And the body did provide an opportunity for an amendment on third.
It did, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of the 34th, Doug Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would support the gentleman's motion to ask the bill to lie over one day. I'm on the board of, and my district contains a critical access hospital. And I've listened intently to all of the debate, and I'll be honest with you, I think critical access hospitals are kind of getting made to sound like we're not important. And we're critical, not to bring that in, but it's absolutely, they're life-saving hospitals and facilities. And I tell you, my family, myself, my kids, people all throughout our community in multi-county areas have had multiple surgeries, and I can't think of any hospital that I would rather be at to have the hands-on personal care as I would at some of our critical access hospitals. And our critical access hospitals are not going to do anything that they can't handle. You're going to be going someplace else. You're going to be going to Morgantown. You're going to be going to Charleston. You're going to be going to Huntington. So, Mr. Speaker, it seems like there's just a lot going on with this, and the VA has been brought into it. And I also have some concerns that somehow that our good people that work and our fine physicians and staff and nurses and nurse anesthetists that work at these critical access hospitals are maybe not, the impression is being given somehow that they're not getting good care there, or they're not the proper place to be. And I couldn't differ more with that, because I think they're outstanding facilities and they're saving lives every day. Thank you.
The gentleman of the 58th, Doug Coles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise briefly just to say I support the motion to lie over for a day. It's important to note the gentleman's amendment did not gut the bill. The gentleman's amendment tried to meet somewhere in the middle to say, hey, I recognize there's a problem, let's free this up here, but let's give some relief to our critical access hospitals. So I don't think there's an intention by those who have concerns to gut the bill, to derail the bill. It seems like a reasonable request. I'll note, I have on my desk one map that says 48 out of 50 do it one way. I have another map that says 45 out of 50 do it the other way. So there is great value, I think, in being prudent. We're under no time constraints, and another day to look at it seems reasonable to me, Mr. Speaker, and I urge we pass the motion.
The gentleman of the 26th, Doug Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also support the motion to lay over one day. I do have one of the critical care access hospitals. I'm going to be honest with you, I've learned an awful lot from this debate. I know about that we've had the nurse anesthetists, we have anesthetist physicians, my cousin's one, but I do not know the exact amount of care that the people in my hospital get from either or. And I would like to be able to speak with my hospital, the doctors and the administrator, maybe even the director of nursing, to see how this truly would affect my hospital. So as the gentleman from Braxton said, you know, we that have these critical care hospitals, we rely on them. Now, the truth is we fly a lot of helicopters out of Welch, but those that stay, and we do have a lot of surgeries. So I just need to learn more about this, and I would request before I cast a vote on it to, I don't want to harm my hospital or any of the critical care hospitals in any way, shape, or form. So I stand and in support of the gentleman's motion.
The lady in the 49th, August Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to support the Chairman of Health and be against laying the bill over one day. Today is third reading. You should have done all your homework on this bill. It's third reading. We're voting on the bill today. We allowed an extra day for amendments so that the Medical Society could get their amendment in. But we need to vote on the bill. I agree with the Chairman.
The gentleman the 29th, August Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would agree with the majority leader. I've checked with my hospital. I knew it was going to be on third reading. I've spoken to them. I've spoken to my family that are CRNAs. I've spoken to people who are in the industry, and all of us had plenty of time to research this bill that we expected to be voting on passage for today, but now we're sitting here with a half-baked attempt at an amendment that the sponsors readily admit isn't ready, and now we're sitting around saying, well, maybe we give them an extra day to get it right. So what, we're going to be on 5th, 6th reading, 7th reading, maybe we'll get it on 7th reading. Let's do that. 7th reading, we'll get it right. We need to vote on the bill today, and we need to vote this down.
The gentleman the 35th, Doug Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think a lot of things maybe came to light for everybody over the weekend with the so-called Nelson Amendment. I know that we all were bombarded. And again, stepping back, I support the gentleman, my colleague from the 35th Amendment, to lay it over one day. You know, I look back on Thursday when, or it was really Wednesday, when the bill was first introduced, and we all got bombarded by emails and calls from the doctor community. As part of this, and I do this with anything as far as listening to constituents, I am not a professional in the medical area, but I do represent a lot in the medical area, doctors, nurses, and others. I'm a financial guy, but I'm also one of reason. And I tell you, in this state, our health care and the safety of our constituents, let's give that time. Why rush through anything? This bill still has to go to the Senate, but what is one more day? And there's a lot of unknowns still here with this. The majority leader and the speaker allowed one day from Friday to Monday to allow the amendment. My amendment was out there, but it was flawed. That's one reason why it didn't come forward. I think this one day is deserving to all of us, and I would support the gentleman's amendment. But thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 28th, Doug Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, rise in opposition to the gentleman's motion. As many folks have said today, this bill is now on third reading. We've had the opportunity to look at it. As my colleague from the 35th just mentioned, the illustrious Nelson Amendment that bombarded our emails all weekend gave us plenty of opportunity to explore what this bill does, to make contact with the folks that this bill impacts. Mr. Speaker, it's not as if we have suspended the constitutional rule and are attempting to vote on this bill today sight unseen. We've had the opportunity to look at this, Mr. Speaker. I would urge rejection of the gentleman's motion.
The lady in the 50th, Doug Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the motion to lay it over. I'm a little insulted by the fact that we don't do our homework. I think the more we discuss something, more questions always arise, and I think we have some questions, and I think there are several people in here in this in here that are confused as to what we should do with this bill. We're talking about patients, we're talking about our families, we're talking about lives. And if we can't lay it over to think about this and to talk about this a little bit more, then I think there's something wrong with our process here in the entire system, because we have plenty of time. There's one day over is going to make a difference? I don't think so. So I support the gentleman's request to lay this over at least for a day. Let us look at this. Let us rethink what may be confused and we may be confused about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 46th, Douglas Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of order. Did the gentleman ask for unanimous consent, or did he move that we postpone this one day? I thought it was a unanimous consent.
Did the gentleman move? It appears he did.
Thank you.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the motion, which is that further action on House Bill 4356 and the pending amendment be postponed one day? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the motion?
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, thank you for the time. And my intent wasn't to derail anything here. When it just comes to West Virginians' safety and health and well-being, I just think we owe them a little bit more time to get it right. And I, like my colleague from the 29th, I agree. I want to be on the forefront. I want to be a leader out there, and I want to do things, but I want to do it right. I want to have a compromise bill. We shouldn't have physicians and nurses and everyone. They all have to work around the same operating table. We should come together, bipartisan, pass this unanimously tomorrow. I'm not trying to derail anything. I'm just trying to get it right. And all I'm asking for, and you're right, you brought some questions and concerns and comments were brought up today that I didn't think about yesterday. Heck, I didn't even think about it this morning. And I'm not a doctor, and I didn't get all the terminology right, and I apologize. But I just wanted to do the right thing to move West Virginia forward when it comes to public safety and the health and well-being of our citizens. And we owe them one more day. And if you don't vote to give us one more day for the health and the safety and the well-being to bring people together, to bring our patients, or put our patients first, I'm asking for your vote for one more day, and I would ask a roll call, please, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the motion that further action on House Bill 4356 and the pending amendment be postponed by one day. Roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is on the adoption of the motion. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 50 ayes, 49 nays, and one member absent not voting. A majority having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the motion adopted. Further action on the bill is postponed one day. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4412, relating to education benefits to members of the West Virginia Army National Guard and West Virginia Air National Guard.
The House will be in order while the clerk reads the bill. Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears none. The gentleman of the 27th, Douglas Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under current law, a member of the Army National Guard or Air National Guard may receive tuition and fee assistance from the state. In some cases, National Guard member may also be entitled to federal funding. In cases where the member receives both state and federal funding, the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, the VA, insists upon being the last payer. However, the VA will accept paying last when a state has a law or regulation requiring that the GI Bill be applied first. So, Mr. Speaker, what this bill adds language to the West Virginia Code requiring the higher education institution that the National Guard member attends to first assess the VA for payment of tuition and fees. The remaining tuition and fees would then be paid by the state. And in actuality, this actually saves both the veteran and the state money. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge passage of this bill, and if we do make it effective from passage, it would also be retroactive for this year.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The lady in the 51st, Douglas Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak in favor of the bill, and first I'd like to thank the chair for allowing this bill to be placed on the agenda, and the chair of veterans to also hear from the Director of Veteran and Military Affairs from WVU. I asked him if he had any ideas for legislation, and he suggested this. It's just a change of a couple of words, and he checked it out and found that Texas and Illinois also have this. But I want to share with you the amount of money that some students might get in addition to their GARD tuition, which is capped at $7,000. Undergraduates could receive an additional $1,520 if the Veterans Administration is the last payer. Graduate GARD members could receive $4,326 additional dollars. And the state could potentially receive, for each year that this involves a student, $2,640. This is one of those things that is almost too good to be true, but he's checked it out and assured us it is. I urge that this committee adopt this to support our GARD members. It's a wonderful thing that we have done, is supporting our GARD members and continuing their education, and this would assist them even more in making sure they have enough money to pay for room and board and books. So I strongly urge adoption of the bill.
The gentleman first, Doug McGeehan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the chairman of the Education Committee please yield for a quick question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, do you know if our West Virginia GARD members can have access and receive some of these education benefits while they're sent into undeclared wars in Afghanistan and Iraq for years on end being slaughtered?
I guess if they return back to the States and they serve that time, I think it's up to 3 years they get the 50% reduction.
Okay, just curious. Okay. Thank you.
Are there members who wish to speak on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The lady from the 65th, Douglas Brown. Yes, the lady from the 65th has sought a ruling from the chair pursuant to Rule 49 under the facts as the lady has presented them to the chair. The chair would rule that the lady is a member of a class of greater than 5 and therefore would be directed to vote. The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4412.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that House Bill 4412 be made effective from passage. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4434, West Virginia Healthcare Workforce Sustainability Study.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the 41st, Douglas Hill, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask unanimous consent to do a technical amendment on third.
Gentleman from the 41st, ask unanimous consent to offer an amendment on third reading. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. The clerk will read the amendment.
Delegate Hill moves to amend the bill on page 1 after the enacting clause by inserting the following. Article 1, Department of Commerce, 58B19, West Virginia Healthcare Workforce Sustainability Study.
Gentleman from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a technical amendment adding the article heading and section heading. I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as just read by the clerk and explained by the gentleman from the 41st. Are there members who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the clerk will read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4434.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears none. The gentleman from the 41st, Douglas Hill, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill requires the Department of Commerce to study and report on the number of healthcare providers in West Virginia and what that anticipated need will be in the future. The report is due by February 1, 2021. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4434.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 311.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 357.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2967.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4090.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4161.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4375.
Are there amendments? No? Then the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4378 relating to disciplining teachers.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4395 removing the requirement that a veterinarian access and report the Controlled Substance Monitoring Database.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4410 permitting directors and executive directors of a banking institution to borrow from a banking institution with which he or she is connected.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4414 relating to the selection of language and development milestones for the deaf and hard of hearing.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Rowan moves to amend the bill on page 3, line 44, following IFSP by inserting the words Individual Education Plan, IEP, and on page 3, line 45, following IFSP by inserting the words or IEP.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment is just read by the clerk. The lady from the 57th, Delegate Rowan.
What this amendment does is simply clarify the fact that IEPs are included in the bill.
Do other members wish to speak to the amendment? The gentleman, the 41st, Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a clarifying amendment. I think it improves the bill and I urge adoption.
The question before the House then is the adoption of the amendment as read by the clerk. Those in favor of adoption will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, then the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 4415 relating to missing and endangered children.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4438 relating to the licensing of advanced deposit wagering.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill on page 1 following the enacting section by striking out the
For what purpose does the gentleman of 66, Delegate Espinoza, seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of it having been read.
Does the chair hear objection? The chair does not. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Finance reported the bill with this strike and insert amendment that incorporated the amendment of the Committee on the Judiciary as reported on first reference and made non-substantive technical cleanup and clarifying corrections, including clarification that the unlawful acceptance of an ADW wager must be a wager made by a resident of the state. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of the amendment.
You've just heard the explanation of the primary amendment. Are there amendments to the amendment? The gentleman of 66.
Delegate Householder and Espinoza move to amend the amendment on page 2, section 12E, line 4, following the words race or series by striking out the word or and inserting in lieu thereof the word of.
The question before the House is the adoption of the secondary amendment as just read by the clerk. The gentleman, the 66, Douglas Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is technical in nature. It does correct the erroneous phrase series or races to read series of races. I urge adoption of the secondary amendment.
The question is on adoption of the secondary amendment. Those in favor of the secondary amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and Chair declares the secondary amendment adopted. The question now before the House is the adoption of the primary amendment as explained by the gentleman from the 66th and as amended by the House. Are there members who wish to speak to the adoption of the primary amendment? If not, those in favor of the primary amendment, does the gentleman wish to close debate on the primary amendment? If not, then those in favor of the primary amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the primary amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Is it wrong?
House Bill 4559, modifying the limitations on civil actions against the perpetrator of sexual assault or sexual abuse upon a minor.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Are there further bills on second reading?
House Bill 4161, making it illegal to sterile tattoo a person.
Are there amendments? If not, then the bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading? For what purpose does the gentleman of the 51st, Douglas Powell, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was away from my desk for the vote on House Bill 4412, and if I had been here at my desk, I would have voted in favor.
The gentleman's preference will be noted. Let's return to bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4352, removing the use of post-criminal conduct in professional and occupational initial licensure or certification in decision-making.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4380, updating the regulatory board review schedule.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4509, transferring the parole board to the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation for purposes of administrative and other support.
The bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading? If not, remarks by members. Remarks by members. The gentleman, the 16th, Douglas Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise, colleagues, to share a few quotes with you. The first quote today, and it's also good that it's game day, so I think it's very applicable. The first one is, sports are such a great teacher. I think of everything they've taught me, camaraderie, humility, and how to resolve differences. The most important thing is to try and inspire people so that they can be great in whatever they want to do. And the last one, the topic of leadership is a touchy one. A lot of leaders fail because they do not have the bravery to touch that nerve or strike that chord. Throughout my years, I haven't had that fear. These quotes, ladies and gentlemen, were by a man who spoke 5 different languages. These quotes were by a person who was an Academy Award winner at the Oscars. Somebody who was giving back to the youth with various centers and all types of good things and caring for the homeless. This person was also a 2-time gold medalist and a 5-time NBA champion. This man that I'm speaking of is Kobe Bean Bryant. And last week I was a little too raw to speak about it, as being an 80s baby, 2/3 of my life I grew up watching this guy. And wasn't my absolute favorite player, but I am a person who is forever chasing greatness. And that's what he was. So I wanted to take this time to celebrate all those that lost their lives last week out in Calabasas. I wanted to take this time to celebrate a guy who was not just an American icon, but a global icon. It is rare that we see somebody, one of our fellow Americans, that throughout the world people are paying homage and giving honor. This is somebody who was the American dream. All of us in here, you know, a lot of times we have idols. Whether you want to be maybe like your uncle, your grandma, maybe there is that certain sports figure. All of us in here, whether you want to be a nurse, policeman, teacher, pro athlete, a carpenter, electrician, you want to take over the family business. You have those aspirations. That guy's was to be great and to be like Mike. And he did that. He did that. It's about work ethic. It's about fighting. It's about going till you can't go anymore. And something almost struck me last week as well. I was watching ESPN and I was watching a great former Cowboys defensive end, Marcus Spears, and he said it wasn't so much about the sports achievements of Kobe. It was about Kobe wanting people to be better humans. And times in here, sometimes we get riled up, and I get it. All of us have different perspectives. But I firmly believe that all of us in this body want to better somebody. And we've got to get back to that. Because sometimes we do fall off the wagon, we get awry. But I think all of us in here want to better folks. And we've got to remember that when things get heated and get back to the center focus of that. So I also want to challenge this body in here, in your everyday walk in life, to carry that mama mentality. And that mama mentality is a constant quest to find answers. It's the infinite curiosity to want to be better, to figure things out. Thank you all.
The gentleman to 36, Douglas Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I left this building pretty hopeful, you know, and that's not always how I leave this building, if anybody's ever walked out the door with me. Usually I leave this building dejected and thinking, well, are we really going the right direction? Have we done anything? Did we waste our time in this building that day? But yesterday I left after our banking and insurance meeting thinking we did something right. We passed a bill that had already passed the health committee, and then it went to banking and insurance, and we passed that bill there. Now in that committee we fought off a motion to table that bill that in my mind would have killed the bill. This bill would cap insulin rates for 30 days at $25. And it sounds outrageous to cap something and, you know, nobody can do this. But we had a discussion in that meeting about how people are spending hundreds or thousands of dollars each month to pay for insulin, to keep themselves alive or keep their children alive, as one person that testified that yesterday told us, and had that child beside her and told us that. Now, the lady from the 51st traveled to Canada, and I believe our health chair had a part in some of that as well, to study this issue and get it through. Now, yesterday, the conversation really wasn't about what does it cost to keep your child alive monthly.
I do.
The conversation was about, if we cap this, how does the wholesaler get paid? How does the pharmaceutical manufacturer get paid? How does the pharmacy benefit manager get paid? It was not about what the cost to the patient was. Now, today, you might have heard House Bill 4543 get an additional reference. And usually a triple referred bill just is a death sentence for a bill. Now, unfortunately, we refer to things by their numbers. not by the lady who spoke to us yesterday about spending thousands of dollars to keep her son alive, but 4543 is what we heard today, get its third and tripled reference. Now, I can understand concerns and questions coming up, and one member of the committee had those concerns of how does the wholesaler get paid? How does the pharmaceutical manufacturer get paid? I'm sorry, but that's not my concern. My concern is how my constituents pay for their pharmaceuticals to keep themselves and their children alive. Now, sadly, that bill will be triple referenced. It will go to judiciary and will have a questionable fate. I truly hope, as the speaker said, that there are additional questions, and hopefully those questions don't involve how a pharmaceutical manufacturer, who, by the way, has not been real friendly to West Virginia in the recent history, gets paid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman to the first, Doug McGeehan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make a few comments about this debate we had today over the war powers and the National Guard bill, the Defend and Guard bill. I wanted to reiterate that, you know, sometimes I focus too much on, I don't know, the logical side of things, the rational side of things. It's just sort of how my analytical brain works. But there is an emotional side of things. And I just wanted to make sure I emphasized that some things that we talk about and we debate in here and that we discuss and ultimately pass or not pass in terms of legislation has direct real-world effects. This past summer, a member of the West Virginia National Guard from Parkersburg, Sergeant William Fries, who had a family, he was married, he had children, passed away overseas on yet another unnecessary deployment in Kuwait from a training accident and was killed. This bill that I proposed was debated and made it out of the discharge motion, presumably potentially had to pass, the ability to pass last year. And given that this deployment was months later, who knows? But that widow, yet another Gold Star family in West Virginia, from members of the National Guard being deployed over and over again into foreign wars, perpetually, whether they're killed in action, whether it's training accidents, from being put into a place in a hazardous duty area. Sometimes that's on the politicians. That's on us. And that's just so disappointing. And I'm not one to resort to the more emotional side of things. But I'm putting this out because my family's been there. Come from a strong military family. I was of the warrior class myself. My father was. My grandfather was. Both of them were. I know what it's like for my mother to be a widow. If we continue to stand back and do nothing about what's within our control, and the proposition I put forward with you is in our control to at least do something small about this, then in some respects, it can be our fault. Now, I hold no ill will towards anyone in here who votes against me on some sort of extraordinary or some sort of parliamentary procedural maneuver. I understand that. You know, you don't want to cross yourselves with leadership. I get it, right? And a lot of the folks in here might not understand completely the issue at hand. They might have questions one way or the other, and so I hold no ill will towards members of this body. The rank and file for lack of a better way of putting it. But those people who know the truth, who have come to study the issue, who have come to recognize what the truth is, and they fail to exercise on that truth. Pardon for those people should not be so swift.
The lady from 38th, Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to set the record straight about what my friend and colleague from the 36th discussed earlier in his remarks. I would hope that I have the reputation in this body of someone who likes to work with both sides, who appreciates the differing views from my colleagues across the aisle, and that I put a lot of thought into the bills that I support and that pass through this chamber. So to suggest that my only concern was for the profit of drug manufacturers or pharmacists, I think is maybe not the whole story. Sometimes capitalism is not what we would wish in all instances. And the process of making bills is actually pretty complicated. Bad bills are easy to slap together, but this process takes thought and question. So what happened in that committee meeting, yes, there was a move to lay that on the table. We intended, after we got the information that we needed, to have it on the very next agenda. I certainly did not want to kill that bill. I believe in the depths of my heart that there are people in West Virginia and other places who are being price gouged because, let's face it, you can charge whatever you want. If someone's going to die, that if they don't get it, they're going to do what they have to do to get it. So that's not my concern. But there's no mandate for a drug manufacturer to sell his product in the state of West Virginia. If he's having to sell it at a loss, my concern was that drug may not be available here. If we cap it at a level that's below their cost to produce, why would they have to make it available here? That's just how capitalism works. So I wanted to find out everything I could about the cost to manufacture. Luckily, my friend was available to bring up a recent study that showed that the price of the drug to manufacture is something that's below what we set the cap at, which resolved my concerns, by the way, and I was happy to support that bill. There are still some question about new binding agents and new versions of this drug. I haven't really got to the bottom of that yet. And so in remarks by members, I wanted to say I intend to follow that very closely on my own time to make sure that we haven't done something the opposite of what we intend. So I just thought you might like knowing the whole story about what happened in that committee. I think we're all concerned about our constituents and the people who live in this state, and their lives depend on a reasonable price for insulin.
The gentleman on the 10th, Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really wasn't going to say anything about the insulin bill, but there seemed to be some comment about it today. In January, I refilled my prescription, and I got a 90-day prescription refilled. I take insulin. I take 2 shots every day. I paid the pharmacy $518 out of my pocket, and I have Part D insurance. Now, when I paid that bill, I looked at the pharmacist and I said, you know, I don't like to pay a bill that much, but I can afford it if I have to. But what about the people in this state and in this community that cannot afford to pay $518 for an insulin prescription for a 90-day prescription? And the pharmacist looked at me and said, they just do without. If they can't afford to buy it, they don't get it. And that just wasn't the answer I wanted to hear. So I want to see this insulin bill come forward. and I want to have a vote on this bill. Not for me. I can afford to pay it if I have to. And I don't want to. I can find a lot of other things to pay that or to spend that $518 on, I assure you. But for those folks in this state and those folks in my community that can't afford to buy that medication, I want to vote on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 50th, Doug Angelucci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to thank my colleague from the 50th, Delegate Longstreth, for her service to our country, serving in the Army. As a veteran, I appreciate your service. And I want to ask that her comments regarding House Bill 2732 be printed in the appendix to the Journal. And also, I want to ask that my friend and colleague from the 10th, his comments be printed in the Journal as well. Thank you for your comments.
Those are the comments by the lady from the 50th and the gentleman from the 10th. Does the chair hear objection? The chair does not hear objection. The lady from the 32nd, Doug Staggers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Insulin, of course, is a very needed drug, but I wanted to point out to people who aren't aware of this. In the emergency department, just over the past year, there have been shortages of epinephrine, normal saline for resuscitation of trauma victims, solumedrol, amiodarone, and others, because it's not cost effective to supply those. So you die because we can't get the drugs. I think every paramedic, EMT in this room knows there's a shortage of emergency drugs. So keep that in mind when we're debating insulin. Let's make sure we keep the life-saving drugs available too.
The gentleman from the 3rd, Doug Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that the comments made by the gentleman from the 1st during remarks by members be printed in the appendix of the Journal.
Are there objections? Chair hears none. The gentleman from the 55th, Doug Spinagle.
Same request. My good friend from the 16th, his remarks on Kobe Bean Bryant be printed in the appendix of the Journal.
Are there objections? Chair hears none. The gentleman from the 66th, Doug Espinoza.
Same request for the gentlelady from the 38th. Remarks added to the appendix of the Journal.
Are there objections? Chair hears none. The gentleman from the 50th, Doug Caputo.
Also, the gentleman from the 36th, Delegate Robinson.
Are there objections? Chair hears no objections. Introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. Miscellaneous business. If none, then yes, the gentleman from the 45th, Doug Martin. If not, then the lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move gladly that, subject to announcements, the House adjourn until 11 a.m. Wednesday.
The lady from the 49th moves that, subject to announcements, the House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Are there announcements? Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Rules will meet at 10:45 tomorrow behind the chamber.
The gentleman from the 62nd, Doug Bibby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security will not meet today. Republican members of the committee meet at 2:30 in the GovOrg for caucus. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 27th, Doug Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on the Judiciary will meet on Wednesday, that's tomorrow, February 5th at 5 p.m. in the committee room, room 410M. The agenda will be posted and we will have dinner available.
The gentleman from the 13th, Doug Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Education will meet tomorrow, Wednesday, February 5th at 5 p.m. in the Education Committee room. The agenda will be posted. Additionally, Democrats will caucus with the chairman and myself at 4:15 p.m. tomorrow, and Republicans will caucus at 4:35.
The gentleman from the 45th, Doug Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, February 5th, in the House Government Organization Committee Room, 215 in the East Wing. The agenda will be posted.
The gentleman from the 46th, Doug Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Industry and Labor will meet tomorrow, February 5th at 1 p.m. in the Judiciary Room, and the Republican members are to caucus in the Judiciary Chairman's Room 30 minutes before the meeting, 12:30.
The gentleman from the 35th, Doug Capito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention for a few moments. Tomorrow, February 5th, is Entrepreneurship and Innovation Day here at the Capitol, and I am very excited about that. those are the things and the words that kind of get me juiced. And to that end, the Tech Caucus will have a series of events tomorrow. The first being a breakfast tomorrow morning in the Government Organizations Room, where West Virginia Bioscience Association will host a presentation on our small business and innovative research matching grant program that we put through last year. We'll hear from some folks with Tech Connect West Virginia. We'll hear about some of the broadband efforts, entrepreneurship efforts, innovation efforts in West Virginia. The doors will open at 7:30 if you would like to come and eat early. The program will start at 8. It will go no longer than 1 hour. And the second announcement, Mr. Speaker, is particularly special for all of us as West Virginians, where we have one of our native sons coming home in appreciation for entrepreneurship and an innovation day. We have a guest, John Chambers, will be with us tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the Government Organizations Room. For those of you not familiar, Mr. Chambers is a native West Virginian and former chairman and CEO of Cisco Systems. I'm sure we've all placed a telephone call on a piece of equipment that he put before us. And he's going to be before us tomorrow in the Government Organizations Room at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I would encourage everybody in this body to join as we learn about his experiences, his thoughts on how West Virginia can become a greater place to do business in this next generation that we have before us. I will add that the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce will provide us with boxed lunches on the way out if that's the selling point you need to be there. But I think we should all make an effort to be there. I'm proud to announce that, and I'll look forward to seeing everybody at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from 38th, Doug Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Pensions and Retirement will meet today in the House Finance Room at 3 p.m. The agenda has been posted.
The gentleman from 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Technology and Infrastructure Subcommittee on House Bill 2961, consisting of Delegates Hardy, Hansen, and myself, will meet today, room 220 East, that's my office, 3:15 p.m.
The gentleman from 48th, Doug Queen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's game day. Please join us tonight, 7 p.m., West Virginia State. This side of the room is becoming very organized last second, so I hope this side of the room is ready to play. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you also, if you're available, we need a coach this evening, and you can be our honorary coach this evening if you're available. 7 p.m., West Virginia State.
The gentleman from 53rd, Delegate Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to announce the Fire Departments and EMS Committee will meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the Finance Committee room.
The gentleman from 10th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Energy will meet today in the Judiciary Committee room at 4 p.m. The agenda is posted.
The gentleman from 16th, Delegate Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 announcements today. First, the subcommittee of your Committee on Small Business, Entrepreneurship, and Economic Development on House Bill 4445, the Economic Diversification Act of 2020, will convene at 3:15 p.m. in the Chairman's Office, 216E. In addition to that, your Subcommittee A of the Technology and Infrastructure Committee for honorary road and bridge namings will meet at 4:15 p.m. today in the Chairman's Office, also 216E. And finally, your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure will meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the House Judiciary Room to accommodate the Tech Caucus meeting at 10 a.m. with Mr. Chambers. On the agenda will be the Broadband Enhancement and Expansion Act for this year, and if we do not complete our work in the allotted time, we will reconvene as necessary tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from 16th, Delegate Mant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Small Business, Entrepreneurship, and Economic Development will meet tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the GovOrg room, and the agenda has been posted. Thank you.
The gentleman from 17th, Delegate Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Children, Seniors, and Family Issues Committee will meet tomorrow in the Government Organization Room at 3 p.m.
The gentleman from 41st, Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Health and Human Resources will meet today at 4 p.m. in room 215E. Republican members of the committee will meet in my office at 3:30. Thank you.
The gentleman from 28th, Delegate Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republican members of this House will caucus here in the chamber, and we will begin at 2:25.
The gentleman the 37th, Doug Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., the West Virginia Public Health Caucus will meet in Senate Judiciary.
The gentleman the 16th, Doug Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to reiterate the gentleman from the 48th request, all of West Virginia would love to see you coaching against me tonight, and preferably in shorts. Thank you.
Perhaps if it were a chess match. The gentleman from the 6th, Doug Kelly. The gentleman the 62nd, Doug Bibby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Correction, after Republican members of the Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security will caucus immediately following the caucus and government org at 3 p.m. or later. Thank you.
Lady in the 32nd, Doug Staggers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democratic members of Health and Human Resources will caucus 15 minutes before the meeting in 230E, the sorority house.
The gentleman the 43rd, Doug Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure everybody is aware of the first two network. They will be down here on February 6th from 4 to 6 p.m. in the Lewis McManus room. These guys are coming down here from all across the state. They want to show us some of the cool things they're doing with STEM. So I recommend if you guys get a chance to stop in there and check them out, they'd appreciate it.
The gentleman the 50th, Doug Caputo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Democrats will caucus at 2:25 in the House Gov Org room. We'll caucus at 2:25 in the House Gov Org room. And, Mr. Speaker, we intend to move a little more swiftly than the Iowa Democrats did last night.
Are there any other announcements? If not, the question is on the motion that we adjourn until 11 a.m. tomorrow. Those in favor will say aye. Any opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
The Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. And with those on the floor and our guests in the gallery, please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by Reverend Rick Swearingen of Madison United Methodist Church in Madison, West Virginia. And then please remain standing as we are led in the pledge this morning by the senior senator from the 8th, Reverend Swearingen.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are gathered here today as grateful citizens of a state that we are proud to call home. We also gather here as people of faith. Therefore, we trust that as we gather together, your presence is here with us. We trust that as we seek your guidance in all that we do, you will lead and direct us in our actions, and you will order the words that are spoken from our mouths. Lord, you have called us to an important task. We thank you for entrusting us with such a high calling, one that seeks the good not only for ourselves, but for all our neighbors. Help us in all that we do, O Lord, to acclaim you as our Creator, who made us in your own image and likeness, thus rendering the human person and human life as sacred. We confess you as our common Father, who unites us, a lawgiver who has implanted within us a grasp of the truth and a thirst for justice and a firm desire that our will be consistent with that of your own. We ask today that you continue to bestow your gift of divine wisdom upon those who lead our state, As you summon them to duty, supply the grace that will enable them to perform the work ahead. All these things we ask in the name of the one who will live and reign forever and ever, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Senior Senator from the 8th.
May we continue to stand and place our hands over our heart and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. The reading of the journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, February 3rd, 2020. The Senate met at 11:05 a.m. Senator Carmichael, Mr. President, in the chair.
The senator from Braxton County requests unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Introduction of guests. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized when your name is called. As guest of the senior senator from the 8th, we have Madison DeWeese and Harley Dunlap. As guest of the senator from Wyoming County, we have Garrett Foran. As guest of the senator from Greenbrier County, we have Chase Turner, Jaden Martin, and Piper Redden. And as guest of the senator from Tucker County, we have Hannah Foy and Joshua Foy. They're all standing in the front. If the Senate would give them a warm welcome. Thank you. You may be seated. Further introductions. The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure and yours to introduce our Doc of the Day. The West Virginia Academy of Family Physicians Doc of the Day is Dr. Ario Anga. If you wouldn't mind standing, let the Senate give you a warm welcome.
Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also would like to introduce the Division of Protective Services. They do a great job bringing all these folks in, getting them up here. But our dispensary nurse for the 2020 legislative session. In the rear of the chamber, we have Elizabeth Schaefer George. If you wouldn't mind standing, let's give you a warm welcome and thanks.
The senator from Logan County.
Good morning, Mr. President. Today we have with us students, parents, and volunteers from the West Logan Church Homeschool Ministry. That includes Kristen Dingus, the administrator, Valerie Robinson, Jeff Altizer, and Pastor Scotty Dingus. Would the Senate please make them welcome?
The senator from Raleigh County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, in conjunction with Homeschool Day, have some friends from Raleigh County, John Reinhardt and his family. If you would please stand and let the Senate give them a warm welcome.
The senator from Wyoming County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce Paige's parents today. Mom, Teresa Dennison, and friend Jamie Buckland and Elsie Buckland. Please make them welcome.
The senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seated in the South Gallery, we have a Mercer County business owner, also on behalf of the senator from Mercer. His name is Chris Pierce, and he has Brush Creek Falls RV Resort, 304 Speedway, and also has Empire Construction. He and his wife, Bobby, are here in support of Homeschool Day, and their kids, Chris, Bailey, and Corey, are up there. If you will, Senate, please join me and make them welcome.
The senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senior senator from the 16th and myself, we have some constituents who are here because of Homeschool Day. Mike Donnelly, his wife Patty, their 3 children, and they have my little Teresa with them. Will the Senate please make them feel welcome?
The junior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your behalf, I would like to welcome to the Senate today Mr. Jason Gump, who's a teacher at Ravenswood Middle School, and students he has with youth governance here. Colton Riggs, Logan Alfred, and Bo Bennett. If you could stand and be recognized here in the President's Gallery, Senate, please make them welcome.
The senator from Preston County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Tucker County and myself, we'd like to welcome some constituents here today in the North Gallery. We have Michelle Ballard, if you'd please stand, and her children Aaron, Kelsey, Michaela, and Jacob. They're all here for Homeschool Day. Thank you so much for being with us.
The senator from Nicholas County.
On behalf of the senator from Upshur County, we would like to make welcome in our North Gallery today from Webster County, the 8th grade youth in government, Lita Lewis, if she'll please stand, Jesse Short, Michaela Delaney, also Hayden Hines, Zach McCourt, Kyle McMillian, and parents and administrators with them today also from Webster County. Thank you, Mr. President. If the Senate will please make them welcome.
The senior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your behalf and my junior senator from the 8th's behalf, we have some parents here today with our pages, and I'd ask that they stand when I mention their name. Angie Dunlap, Tracy and Chris DeWeese, if they would stand, and the Senate make them give them a warm welcome.
The senator from Greenbrier County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two announcements this morning, or two introductions. First, the teacher of our pages is here today, Caitlin Foran. If Caitlin would please stand, and the Senate would make her feel welcome. And also, there's a young man from my district visiting today as part of Homeschool Day, Mr. Benjamin Skaggs. If he would please stand. As I understand it, it's his birthday today. So would the Senate please make him welcome?
Are there further introductions? The senator from Tucker County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Preston and myself, we have visiting us today with the parents and siblings of our pages. We've got Dr. Andrew Foy, if he would stand, his wife Rita, the children Nathan, Levi, and AJ. They're here for Homeschool Day and they came all the way from Preston County, so they'd make them members make them welcome.
The senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Logan, we're very pleased to have Dr. Kelly Hager and her son Christian in the gallery. If they'd stand and the Senate make them welcome.
The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the junior senator from the 17th for Homeschool Day, we have Haiti and Honor Petrie and their mother Julia here. If they can stand and the Senate make them feel welcome.
Are there further introductions? Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of committee substitute for House Bill 3049, improving dissemination of boiled water advisories to affected communities.
Message will be received and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4484, relating to the Hazardous Waste Management Fund.
Message will be received and referred to the Committee on Energy, Industry, and Mining.
House Bill 4600, relating to the definition of the term member regarding distributing premium tax proceeds.
Message will be received and referred to the Committee on Pension.
House Bill 4601, relating to distribution of premium tax proceeds to municipal policemen's and firemen's pension and relief funds.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Pension. Are there further communications from the House of Delegates?
No, sir.
Communications from the Executive?
There are none.
Reports from standing committees?
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 136, prohibiting certain misleading lawsuit advertising practices, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 138, Incentives for Consolidating Local Governments, committee substitute for Senate Bill 142, Expanding Coyote Control Program through Voluntary Assessment on Breeding Cows, and committee substitute for Senate Bill 522, relating to compensation awards to crime victims, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 203, allowing certain deductions from personal income tax refunds, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Banking and Insurance has had under consideration Senate Bill 279, requiring dental insurance plans honor assignment made in writing by person covered, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Michael T. Azinger, Chair.
Report will be received. Under the bill's original double committee reference will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 615, declaring certain claims against state as moral obligations of state, and reports back committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration Senate Bill 623, allowing non-citizen of U.S. be eligible for teaching certificate, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
Report will be received.
That's all I have, sir.
Reports from select committees?
There are none.
Introduction of bills. The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill 689 through 698 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system.
The junior senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that Senate Bill number 689 through Senate Bill number 698 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 19 by Senators Hamilton and Pitsenbarger, naming the U.S. Marine Corps Lance Corporal Fred Michael Kearns Memorial Bridge.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day.
Senate Resolution 30 by Senators Smith and Seipold, designating February 5th, 2020 as Tucker County Day.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day.
Senate Resolution 31 by Senator Stallings, designating February 5th, 2020 as Cancer Survivorship Day.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day. Are there further resolutions?
No, sir.
Motions? Petitions?
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 18, naming the William Bill Thurman King Memorial Bridge.
Resolution will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Senate Resolution 28, designating February 4th, 2020 as West Virginia Homeschool Day.
The senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Jefferson County requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and that the resolution be placed upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 28, designating February 4th, 2020 as West Virginia Homeschool Day at the Legislature.
The question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? The senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we celebrate Homeschooling Day at the Capitol. We have with us today a great group of parents and children that have chosen the path of homeschooling, and I believe that they deserve acknowledgement to the proposed resolution before us. There are many reasons why families choose to homeschool, but in each case, you can be sure that it is because the parents have made a commitment to their children. They have gotten involved in their education and have immersed themselves in it. They have gone all in. My husband and I made the choice with our family because our children had special needs that we felt were best met by us. Other parents have based their decision on other factors. However, whatever the reason for the decision, it involves a certain degree of sacrifice involving both time and money. The costs, of course, involve expenditures above and beyond the taxes paid to support public education. Much time is invested in preparing lessons, grading tests and essays, as well as teaching the students. However, the benefits are worth it. What many may not realize is that the results achieved by homeschooling parents and their children is extraordinary. In fact, more than 3/4 of homeschooled children perform above the median with regard to testing. The majority of homeschooled children end up going to college. What is even more extraordinary is that the results don't appear to have any correlation with the level of education of the parent. What seems to matter most is the commitment made to the children, and more parents are making that commitment each year. Homeschooling as a movement is on the rise and growing. Therefore, Mr. President, I ask that we pass this resolution in acknowledgement and support of the homeschool group that is here today, a group representing thousands of West Virginians who have made the commitment to homeschool. And I request the nays and the ayes.
Is there further discussion? The junior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this resolution and just wanted to recognize how fortunate 3 students are here that are here in the chamber today with us. Those students being Kate, Evan, and Audrey. The parents that homeschool these children are incredible. And so I just wanted to kind of give some of the accolades, I guess, and have the Senate realize what level of professionals that we have that are educating these children. In the back of the chamber here is Dr. Tony Irwin, and he's a native of Hurricane, West Virginia, and owner of Putnam Chiropractic Center and CEO of Alpha Sports Academy, both located in Putnam County. He's been a volunteer for a number of community organizations, including the YMCA Board of Directors, the Hurricane Little League Safety Director, Director of the West Virginia Racquetball Association, and Hurricane and Winfield Youth Football Programs. And for the past 15 years, Dr. Irwin has volunteered as a sideline physician for the Hurricane High School football team. He works directly with the Putnam County Board of Education in order to establish concussion protocols and management. And with his wife, Annie, also a Hurricane native, she graduated with her master's in audiology and currently homeschools their 3 children that I just mentioned. She's also a tutor for their local Classical Conversations homeschool program. Kate is currently involved in tennis, piano, dance, and a church youth program. Evan is also active in sports activities, such as basketball, Little League, baseball, and is currently a member of the Knuckleheads 9U travel baseball team. The Irwins are faithful members of the Redeemer Presbyterian in Tays Valley, and I can speak from experience. These are valued people in our community, and their children are very, very lucky to have them as teachers. So I welcome them to the chamber and rise in support of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there further discussion? Is there further discussion? Not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. The yeas and mays have been requested. Is the request sustained? The request is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the comments from the senators from Jefferson and the junior senator from the 4th be placed in the appendix of the journal. Without objection, so ordered. Junior senator from the 17th. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Junior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in brief recess to present this resolution. The Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. Further items under unfinished business.
Senate Resolution 29 designating February 4th, 2020 as West Virginia Alzheimer's Association Day.
The senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
The senator from Boone County requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, the committee reference be dispensed with, and that the resolution be placed upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 29 designating February 4th, 2020 as West Virginia Alzheimer's Association Day at the Capitol.
The question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? The senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this resolution and recognize the estimated 38,000 West Virginians 65 and older who are living with the Alzheimer's disease. The Alzheimer's Association also estimates that there's more than 106,000 West Virginians who are caring for a loved one with Alzheimer's disease. Caring for the elderly is near and dear to my heart as an internist and geriatrician. As I pursued my education at both WVU and Marshall and at Wake Forest, I always knew that I wanted to return home and care for these patients in my hometown. In my medical practice, I not only see individuals living with Alzheimer's disease and other dementia, I see families living with this disease. We must do all we can to support these families. We need more adult daycare services and support groups like the programs that are available at the Raleigh County Commission on Aging and the Wirt County Senior Citizen Center. Our institutions of higher education are helping these families. The Mayer Institute for Excellence in Therapeutics for Elders with Dementia at Marshall is making important strides to improve care. With the leadership of Dr. Ali Rezai at the Rockefeller Neurosciences Institute at WVU, are doing pioneering work. Recently, Dr. Rezai and his team performed the first procedure in the world of a phase 2 trial using focused ultrasound to treat a patient with early stage Alzheimer's by opening up the blood-brain barrier. We must continue research to find effective treatment and a cure. In the meantime, our families need local resources and services to assist them in providing quality care for their loved ones. I want to make sure my colleagues know about, colleagues know about available resources for our families across the state. Many communities are becoming, quote, dementia friendly. The Alzheimer's Association website is a great resource for information about this disease. They also have a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week hotline with trained counselors. Caregivers and family members can call this number anytime or night to ask a question or learn about available resources. 1-800-272-3900. The AARP has great information for caregivers on the website. And of course, our own West Virginia Bureau of Senior Services has programs specifically for individuals and families living with Alzheimer's and other dementias. I encourage families to reach out to their county senior center to learn more about these services. Finally, brain health is important. Research is still evolving, but evidence is strong that people can reduce their risk of cognitive decline by making key lifestyle changes, including participating in regular physical activity, staying socially engaged, and maintaining good heart health. I urge passage.
Thank you. Further discussion? The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this very important resolution. You know, we spend a lifetime building relationships and memories and experiences, and no disease is good, but this one robs you at the end of everything you've worked an absolute lifetime to achieve. I don't know who all watched the Super Bowl. I suspect most of us have, but there was a commercial. You know, the Google Assist guys put one on there, and I don't know if you missed that. But there was an elderly man, and he was asking to remember certain things about his wife. And this was based on a true story. It was actually the 85-year-old grandfather of an employee that works at Google. And so the commercial starts out with him just typing in the words, "How not to forget." And so the commercial goes on, and he asked Google to show him photos of his late wife, Loretta. It continues to remind him that she hated his mustache, that they loved going to Alaska, and that she always snorted when she laughed. All these things were then recited to him, and at the end, it was actually the true man's voice when he says, "Help me remember that I'm the luckiest man in the world." So for these very important reasons, for the fact that Alzheimer continues to be an increasing thing as we continue to grow older, but 10% of Alzheimer's patients occurs early in life. So it's a horrible disease. I hope we continue to do great strides to combat it. For these reasons, I urge adoption of the resolution.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the comments of the junior senator from the 17th and senator from Boone be placed in the appendix to the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in brief recess to present this resolution. Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. Are there further items under unfinished business?
No, sir.
Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 240 requiring hotels and restaurants secure manhole covers of certain grease traps. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 240 would amend the code by adding a new section of code in Chapter 16, Article 6. Chapter 16 is health. Article 6 relates specifically to hotels and restaurants. The new section would be designated as Section 22B, and then there's an amendment to Section 23, which is already in the same article. The bill addresses grease traps, and it imposes requirements on hotels and restaurants that use grease traps that are outdoors or are in areas that are accessible to children. The bill requires that manhole covers be designed to withstand expected loads and prevent access by children. Requires it to be secured by a bolt or locking mechanism. Authorizes the commissioner specified methods of limiting access to a manhole. Requires that a hotel or restaurant will ensure a grease trap is closed and secured or locked, if applicable, at all times. It authorizes the creation of rules, and it sets a deadline for compliance of August 1st of 2020, August 1st of this year. They're just technical changes to Section 23, which sets forth the offenses. Well, no, let me change that. We raise the current law imposes a fine of $5. This bill would raise that to $50, the misdemeanor offense. Be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of this bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? The senior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. About a month ago, I was approached about this piece of legislation, and when I first was told what it was about, I was kind of applaud that we would have to be looking at something like this. To me, it's common sense that if you have some kind of potential hazard outside, that you would find some way to securely take care of that situation, as far as someone being able to fall into a restaurant grease trap. So I did a little bit of research and come to find out that it's not only in West Virginia, and it's not a laughing matter, but there's other states that have had the same problem. There's been 3 recorded kids that have died from falling in a grease trap. As a matter of fact, there was one in West Virginia in 2015 in Greenbrier County that fell into an existing grease trap. But this piece of legislation was spurred about in November. There was a family that had left a restaurant and was walking outside, and the mother had turned her head and the child had walked off and stepped on the lid of that grease trap and fell in it. Fortunate that the mother was there to be able to see it, to grab a hold of her. I think it's an important piece of legislation that we need to take every measure possible to ensure the public safety for our citizens here in West Virginia, and I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 267, creating offenses of conversion of leased or rented personal property. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 267 would add a new section to our state code, a single new section, and it would go in Chapter 61, Article 3. Chapter 61 is our criminal code. Article 3 is an article that addresses crimes against property. The new section would be designated as Section 16A, and it defines new criminal offense related to the failure to return, conversion essentially, of personal property under a lease. And what the elements of the offense require that there be a written agreement that contains a specified return date or payment schedule, the failure to return the property by the lessee within 10 business days of a written demand being sent to the person's address as indicated or designated in the agreement, and it defines how the demand is accomplished. And the committee added a subsection to make it clear that the provisions of the bill, which would define a new criminal offense, are inapplicable in circumstances where the failure to return or make payment as agreed upon is based on a dispute as to the terms and conditions of the written agreement, or where the condition of the item rented or leased precludes it from being transported. So, Mr. President, I would be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge the passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 510, making permanent land reuse agency or municipal land banks right of first refusal on certain tax sale properties. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Mercer County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of Senate Bill 510 is to make permanent a land reuse agency or municipal bank's right of first refusal to purchase tax delinquent properties at a county tax sale. It amends the current law by changing the required assessment value of property from $25,000 or less or has been condemned to $100,000 or less or has been condemned. It also adds additional criteria if met would create this right. Happy to answer questions. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 511, regulating pawnbrokers.
Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question is consent that the bill be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 7, preserving the separation of powers amendment.
Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question is consent that the resolution lie over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 4496, removing the specific mandate of the Board of Risk and Insurance Management to purchase liability insurance for the Division of Corrections. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Wood County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is substantially the same as SB 508, which the Senate Committee on Banking and Insurance reported earlier this session with the recommendation that it do pass. This House bill corrects an unintended change in the law made with the passage of the Omnibus Education Bill last year. The Education Bill increased the $1 million liability insurance requirement to $1.25 million for each occurrence beginning on July 1, 2020 for boards of education, teachers, and others. This bill ensures that the liability limits for the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation do not increase. And I will take questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? The senator from Harrison County.
The gentleman from Wood yield.
Senator yield. Senator does yield.
Senator, I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear that the mandate that the DOC be included in that particular statute that we're now taking them out of was really an error, because the DOC still covered under the $1 million Board of Risk policy for all other liability, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Are there further bills on third reading?
No, sir.
Bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 190, modifying requirement that racetrack participate in West Virginia Thoroughbred Development Fund by certain date. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 300, updating certain terms in West Virginia Corporation Net Income Tax Act. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 308, creating criminal penalties for violation of orders issued for protection of victims of financial exploitation. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Trump moved to amend the bill by
the
striking
senator
out
from
everything.
Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent of the Senate to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment is a strike and insert amendment. It's technical in nature. Our committee substitute, reported by the Judiciary Committee, amended Section 6 of Chapter 55, Article 7J, and put the criminal penalties in that section of the code. And it was suggested after the meeting, actually by the vice chair, I think, and I think he's right, that what we ought to do is, since Chapter 61 is our criminal code, add and define the criminal offense within Chapter 61. And that's what this strike and insert amendment does. It adds the language that is in the committee substitute defining the criminal offense and imposing a penalty, prescribing a penalty, to West Virginia Code 61, Article 2, Section 29B, which is an existing section of the code. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I would urge the body's adoption of the floor amendment. Insert floor amendment.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. The question for the Senate is adoption of the Judiciary Committee amendment as explained by the senator from Morgan County. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 316, relating to Oil and Gas Conservation Commission membership. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 544, authorizing pharmacists and pharmacy interns administer vaccines. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 551, relating to Water and Wastewater Investment and Infrastructure Improvement Act. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 560, permitting nursing home use trained individuals administer medication. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4042, requiring agencies exempt from some or all of state purchasing requirements to adopt procedural rules.
Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4091, allowing for expedited oil and gas well permitting upon payment of applicable expedited fees. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Bill be advanced.
Engrossed House Bill 4393, relating to making suffocation and asphyxiation crimes. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Bill be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading?
No, sir.
Bills on first reading. The Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered read a first time and advanced to second reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. The Senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. And on behalf of the Senator from Logan, we do now have our children here from the West Logan Church Homeschool Ministry, a co-op in Logan County. There's about 60 students, and we have some third and fourth graders today. With them are their administrator, Kristen Dingus, assistant Valerie Robinson, Pastor Scotty Dingus, Jeff Altizer. Also, we have the city manager of Logan, Amber Miller, and the great mayor of Logan, who is also president of the West Virginia Municipal League, Serafino Noletti. If they would stand, and the Senate make them welcome.
Thank you. Further introductions. The Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see that in the galleries we have some people from Putnam County, that youth in government. I'd ask that they stand and the Senate make them welcome.
No further introductions? Further introductions. Remarks by members of the Senate. Remarks by members of the Senate? Well, Senator from Harrison County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I received an article today about 3 states that are bringing suit to compel the Congress of the United States to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment, which recently received its 34th ratification from the state of Virginia. There is a concurrent resolution before the Judiciary Committee that urges Congress to do the same by this body. You know, our founding fathers grew up in a different time, and when you read our Constitution, there's no doubt that it's centered on men. Women didn't even have the right to vote in 1787, and they certainly were not able to own property and just lacked any true rights that our country holds so dear. And this Equal Rights Amendment, while some may say that it has no true effect on the laws of our country, I think it has a profound effect. It declares that women who are citizens of the United States are equal citizens with the men who are citizens of the United States and founded this country. I think it's essential we get that done. I would ask my chairman and my president to please make sure that resolution gets on an agenda so this body can vote on it. Thank you.
Further remarks? Further remarks. Miscellaneous business. The Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pending announcements, I move the Senate stand and adjourn until tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Are there announcements? The Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Judiciary will meet today at 3 o'clock p.m. in room 208 West Wing.
Senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Education will meet today at 2 o'clock in 451M. We plan on meeting and finishing our business, but if need be, we will come back 15 minutes after Judiciary and Finance ends.
Senior Senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Finance will meet today at 3 p.m., room 451M, and the agenda has been posted.
The Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Government Organization will be meeting today in 208 West at 2 p.m., and we will come back 15 minutes if we need to after education gets through.
The Senator from Marshall County. Senator from Marshall County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Health will meet today at 1 in 451M. The agenda has been posted.
Senator from Raleigh County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Workforce will meet tomorrow morning at 9:30. 9:30. We have an extra presenter that the committee will be very interested in hearing from.
The room?
251.
The senator from Tucker County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Energy will meet today at 1 o'clock in 208 West, and the agenda has been posted.
For the junior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The subcommittee from the Economic Development Committee on Senate Bill 521 will meet on Thursday at 10:30 in room 208 West.
The further announcements? Further announcements. The senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Public Health Caucus will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in room 208 West.
Are there further announcements? Not. The question before the Senate is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m.? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m.